Hello everyone, I am Sherlock Holmes. I know many of you enjoy listening to these videos as you fall asleep, so before you drift off, I'd love for you to leave a comment, letting me know where in the world you're tuning in from. And if you're enjoying the story, don't forget to like and subscribe. All right, now let's get comfortable, relax, and dive into tonight's case. Story 1. Imagine that suddenly one of you gets a viper and bites you, and the viper leaves, and what do you have left? Poison. This case shook Mexico, the Catholic Church of that country, and the parishioners who could not understand who had the motive to take the life of the young deacon, especially when the main and only suspect was a priest who had been in the priesthood for more than 20 years. This is a shocking story of a fatal attack whose motive was never entirely clear. So what happened? The story of Father Francisco Javier Bautista Avalos takes place in the Miguel de Allende neighborhood in Mexico City's Tan municipality for over 15 years. Father Francisco Javier Bautista Avalos served as the pastor of Cristo Salvador Catholic Church. He shared with parishioners who attended out of conviction and Christian faith, participating in several activities promoted by the church. He also attended social events within the community without a cassock like an ordinary citizen. Father Francisco had been admired, respected, and loved by his parishioners since his arrival at the church in 2004. The Miguel Hidalgo neighborhood is named after the military priest who played a role in the initial phase of the Mexican Independence War and is also known as the father of the country. This neighborhood is known for its high-quality services and education, as well as its bustling commercial activity. A lot of people, both residents and visitors, go through this important area of the Mexican capital every day. Many of these visitors sought Father Francisco, who is believed to possess both soul and body. Healing Towers on Alfredo B. Bonfi Street, it was common to see long lines of believers gathering at the church, especially on Mondays, Thursdays, and Fridays. On these days, Fr. Francisco received local and foreign parishioners of all ages and social backgrounds. They came with the hope of being heard and having their problems resolved during these 3 days. Each week, parents could be seen outside the parish with portraits of their children. Some had addiction problems, others had disappeared, and some had been ABD-ed, putting their lives in danger. People with physical pain or spiritual afflictions also came to the parish. Cases of demonic possession and evil spirits deserved special mention, although there were very few. They too received attention. Father Francisco had become famous for his healing acts and exorcisms. This way of proceeding, very different from that of most priests, led him to be a regular guest on television shows. Specializing in supernatural topics, he also published the book Psalms and Prayers to Heal the Soul. All this contributed to the priest's reputation and the spread of his special abilities. There was a particular ceremony that made him look very powerful. Sometimes the rite occurred in a temple bench corner, on other occasions in front of the atrium or standing face to face with the believer. In any of these forms, the rite of reception was fulfilled, during which the parishioner unburdened their sorrows while the priest listened and prayed. The duration varied according to the seriousness of the case. If necessary, the religious man turned to one side and with a subtle movement of his head, he indicated to Guile to pass him the oil that Friar Francisco would then smear on the believer to end the reception. For the closest parishioners, Guile's presence was normal. It was said that the father discovered that the 60-year-old woman had a special gift. That is why she was his shadow in every healing act or exorcism. She lived a few blocks from the church and, together with her husband, sold various religious articles outside the temple before becoming the pastor of Cristo Salvador Catholic Church. Father Francisco addressed the Maria Reina Catholic Church, another nearby temple also in the Miguel Hidalgo neighborhood. Since those years, he had already begun to become famous for his exorcism rituals. In fact, there are still those who claim that he received training in the Vatican for this type of practice. On the days when the rite of reception wasn't held at the Cristo Salvador Catholic Church, the temple was still very crowded because of the masses that started very early in the morning. Father Francisco received the sick who came to Mass as early as 7 a.m. and anointed the foreheads of the believers to heal them. The versatile religious man wasn't only dedicated to his ecclesiastical duties, but was often seen sharing and accompanying the community in various social and sporting events as well as during different celebrations and other community activities, he enjoyed great admiration and much appreciation from his parishioners, who thanked him for being so close to his community. In addition, he promoted VAR local improvements and encouraged the development of recreational and sports activities. The closest members of the parish believed blindly in this shepherd of souls and testified to the supposed miracles and healings performed by the priest. That is why they followed Friar Francisco with unwavering faith, completely convinced of the religious vocation he discovered when he was very young. Hugo Leonardo Abendano also found his vocation at a young age, a boy from the community, who, as the years went by, became Father Francisco's right-hand man. Hugo accompanied and assisted him in different areas within the Cristo Salvador Catholic Church. Leo, as he was affectionately called, was born in Mexico in 1990 into a traditional family. He grew up with his parents and his brother Jos Viente Avendano. He always liked to study, and since he was a child, he was very intelligent, polite, and kind to people. He had the desire to help and serve them through his faith in the Catholic religion. While still very young, Leo decided to become a priest after finishing his high school studies and chose to study theology at Intercontinental University. After graduating, he decided to continue his education at the same university and enrolled in the master's program in psychoanalytic psychotherapy. He combined his subjects with myology to get the specialization as a missionary and evangelizer, while also focusing on the scientific principles of psychology to have the necessary tools to analyze mental disorders. The young man had a very clear religious stance that he used to share in his posts on social media. He expressed his ideas in favor of the church, as well as his criticisms and disagreements regarding certain aspects of society. Like many young people, Leo liked to travel around his country and the world he also enjoyed. Learning about new cultures at some point in 2012, Father Francisco and the young man's paths crossed, and over the years they became very close. The priest knew Leo's family well. The attachment became stronger in 2015 when Leo became his deacon. He was a very cheerful and devoted young man, always helping the priest and the community at the parish. Given the close relationship between Father Francisco and Leo, it was usual for them to schedule different meetings in the evening hours. Many of these meetings extended into the early hours of the morning when each would resume their personal agendas. The last time Jos heard from his brother Leo was Tuesday, June 11th, 2019. As usual, the young deacon and Father Francisco would meet that evening to work on some church business. The young man was wearing blue pants, a light shirt, and black shoes on Wednesday morning. June 12th, Jos was a little concerned when he tried to reach Leo and was unable to speak to him. Leo hadn't returned home either then. Josue received a call that increased his distress. Father Francisco contacted him to say that the young deacon had not shown up at the church. Despite their agreement at that time, there was a lot of uncertainty in the community. People were afraid because by the middle of 2019, the violence figures in the Mexican capital were alarming. Authorities had registered nearly 700 homicide victims, almost 30 kidnappings, and more than a dozen femicides. In addition to these worrying statistics, the cases of Aide Mendoza and Norberto Rono had a deep impact on public opinion. 2 students were killed. In strange circumstances at that time, the authorities had not shown truly solid PR press in clarifying what had happened and catching those responsible. Amid this climate of great uncertainty, Jos decided to go to the prosecutor's office and report. The disappearance of his brother he was attended to at the office specialized in the search location and investigation of missing persons, where he said that Leo had gone to the Cristo Salvador Catholic Church the day before around 11 p.m. He specified that neither he nor the rest of the family knew where the young deacon was at that moment. According to 2 Jos statements to the authorities, his brother was going to meet with the parish priest to make the search easier. The authorities asked him what route Leo regularly took in detail. Jos told them that he normally took the route from his house in the Alo neighborhood in Iztapalapa, along Axis 3, and then the inner loop to the exit of the Tan municipality. Finally, he joined the viaduct that led him to Inent Avenue and from there to the Cristo Salvador Catholic Church. The information about Leo's usual route was the starting point for the official investigations to find, hopefully at some point along the route, some clue about his whereabouts. Finally, Hose declared that his brother had sent a message to a friend on the night of June 11th, telling him that he would meet Father Francisco at the church and stay overnight at his house, while Hosway was giving his statement at the prosecutor's office. That same Wednesday morning, June 12th, the Secretariat of Citizen Security received a call reporting a suspicious car that had been abandoned in the Heroes to 1910 neighborhood on Eucalypt Street and Louisiana Marina Road. Ernestina Godoy said elements of the Secretariat of Citizen Security arrive at the scene at 10 a.m., who apprehend the body of a person inside the vehicle and give notice immediately to the police authorities from the public prosecutor's office. And police officers responded to the call and went to the scene to begin investigations when they inspected the gray Chevrolet vehicle. They discovered the body of a male in the back seat, estimated to be 25 to 30 years old. He was covered with a yellow blanket. The investigators immediately requested the presence of forensic medicine and criminalistics technicians. During the preliminary inspection, the experts determined that there were signs of physical abuse on several parts of the young man's body, especially on his face. They even recorded that he had lost some teeth because of the violent attack. They concluded that his life might have been taken by asphyxiation, but they would have to carry out all the parent studies to determine and clarify what happened, as well as to identify the victim. The forensic analysis allowed for the identification of the body found inside the car. It was the young deacon Hugo Leonardo Avendano Chavez, who at only 29 years old had been killed by pressure applied to his neck to prevent the passage of air after a fierce and very violent attack. With all this information, the authorities provided Hose with the details of the mob finding. From that moment, his brother's report changed from the office specializing in disappearances to the section of the prosecutor's office in charge of homicides. Expressions of grief and demands for justice were not long in coming. Visibly moved family members, friends, students, and members of the community started different protest actions. It was a time when the feelings of loss in society were at their peak, since just 2 days before public opinion had heard the news of the kidnapping and subsequent fatal attack against Norberto Rono, a student of international marketing at Petal University. Students from several academic and educational institutions joined together to make a video that circulated on different social media networks with great sadness but also firmness. They demanded that the authorities fulfill their duty to protect citizens and conduct a swift investigation to clarify what happened and arrest the offenders in the video. The young people demanded justice for Leo and for the thousands of missing people in the country. They identified themselves as members of several public and private universities, including Pedregal University, the National Polytechnic Institute, the National Autonomous University of Mexico, and the National Pedagogical University, among others. They raised demands for peace and tranquility, expressing their desire to go out safely to study work and have fun without threats to their safety and risks that would prevent them from returning home safe and sound. They demanded their right to live in a safe country. Francisco said a day after the discovery on Thursday, June 13, 2019, Leo's body was taken to the Cristo Salvador Catholic Church, where his funeral wake would be held during the night. Father Francisco officiated the funeral mass in honor of his deacon and later offered some statements to the media. Francisco said that there are wolves, right? And this is intensifying. I mean, not only are the two students now being promoted on television, but what about the others? Right? The parents, the children, those who have suffered all this. What happens, right? How many people are suffering during his statements? The priest referred to how moved the community was, not only by Leo's case, but by other cases that had also resonated. In public opinion, he regretted that episodes such as those that had occurred were becoming a daily occurrence. Robberies, unlawful deprivations of liberty, and crimes against life, all of these were keeping parents, children, and the community in general in constant anguish. Francisco said it is clear that what all this caused, what they promised, right, that they do their job, but I repeat that they also involve us so that these things decrease, despite the difficult circumstances in which he was expected to be moved by losing his right-hand man and the person closest to him. The priest acted completely normally. During his statements, he spoke very calmly with a calm voice. No one could imagine the dark secrets that this apparently peaceful and charismatic religious man was hiding. 3 days after Leo's farewell, Mass authorities issued an arrest warrant for Father Francisco. The prosecutor's office, as well as Mexico's Attorney General's office, had indisputable evidence incriminating him. Based on those reports, on June 16th, the controlled judge issued the arrest warrant. 3 days later, on Wednesday, June 19th, 2019, the priest was arrested and transferred to the Orient Men's Prison located in Mexico City. The investigations carried out allowed the Attorney General's office to obtain several videos in which Leo was observed in his vehicle arriving at the Cristo Salvador Catholic Church a little after 11 p.m. Also, it was recorded that his departure was at 3:16 a.m. on Wednesday, June 12th. At that time, the deacon left the church accompanied by Father Francisco. The cameras located at different points along the public road captured at about 3:26 a.m. Leo's vehicle during its journey from the church along the Picacho-Esco Highway until it reached the place where it was finally located, in the Heroes the 1911-10 neighborhood. The arrival of a second vehicle was also recorded. A few minutes later in the video, it was seen clearly that Father Francisco boarded that car and left the place after about 13 minutes. Finally, on Wednesday, June 12th, a little after 4 a.m., the security cameras captured the second vehicle as it drove down the Picacho-Esco Highway. It was driving away from the area where Leo's vehicle was abandoned and where his body was eventually located. Rodrigo Diarra said at 10 p.m. the victim sent a message to a person close to him stating that he would spend the night at the suspect's home. According to the C5 camera images, the vehicle remained inside the home of the suspect without moving from 11:04 p.m. on June 11th until 3:16 a.m. on June 12th. That is 4 hours and 12 minutes at 3:48 a.m. The C5 camera again captured the vehicle heading towards the place where the victim was found, according to Attorney General's office sources. Mexico City authorities requested the issuance of an immigration alert to prevent the priest from leaving the country. This measure was justified because they had a recording of the priest on board a vehicle on his way to the airport. Ernestine Ado said, "Our investigation work will be rigorous. It will continue to be rigorous, strictly adhering to the law, respecting the guarantees and human rights of the victims, their families, and those who are accused of any alleged responsibility." Two strong pieces of evidence further implicated. Father Francisco I was the discovery of a message in which Leo told him that he had arrived at the church. This important piece of information was obtained after the young deacon's phone was checked. The second piece of evidence was that the investigating authorities found the keys to Leo's vehicle in the priest's possession. Despite the evidence against him, the priest denied having met with his deacon. He referred to the call he had with Jose a few hours after Leo's disappearance, in which he affirmed that Leo had not attended the scheduled meeting. Although the investigations pointed directly at the priest, his parishioners believed in his innocence and were ready to defend him. Vehemently, reactions were not long in coming. As soon as the arrest became known, a group from the community organized to protest and affirm that the most serious of injustices were being committed. Anna Lilia said, "Unfair, terribly. Unfair. We are very dismayed and hurt. The authorities are not doing things properly and are crucifying a just man, an incomparable man. We would like to have a high politician." Like him, Garcia Hernandez said, "How is it possible that they believe that for God's sake have all of you lost your feelings? Have you all, everybody is sensationalist. They make up stories for God's sake and they still eat and sleep peacefully. I can't believe it. God is watching us." The case soon became the topic of conversation and speculation. Both publicly and privately, rumors were everywhere, prompting Attorney General Ernestina Godoy to address the gossip. Officially, she ruled out the possibility that Leo had been kidnapped by illegal groups, noting that the family had not received any ransom calls asking for money. She also dismissed the theory of a crime of passion. Despite some media spreading this news, Godoy emphasized that based on the characteristics of the case, it was being investigated as a homicide, Jose Avendano said. According to information published by some printed and media news outlets, the authorities had found some very compromising pictures on the deacon's tablet. These appeared to document intimate meetings involving Father Francisco and other priests, leading to speculation that extortion was the main reason for his death. However, this theory was not confirmed by investigators, and the case followed a different line of inquiry. The victims' relatives also dismissed this hypothesis entirely. Lord Morgia, an investigative journalist with access to the case, File gave a scoop on a TV show. She confirmed the line of investigation that authorities were pursuing after the arrest of Father Francisco, who was considered the main suspect in the deacon's death. The hypothesis involved extortion, but not due to passion. Instead, Leo had apparently uncovered several irregularities in the administration of parish resources based on the data in her possession. Lure reported that authorities had found compelling evidence pointing directly at the priest according to Mexican law. Investigators had between 3 and 24 months to gather all the evidence needed to prove their case and clarify the events as part of the important revelations. The journalist highlighted Leo's lifestyle, which seemed to involve expenses far exceeding those of an ordinary student. As Leo did not work and dedicated himself to his studies, he had no major income sources. Beyond monthly support of 10,000 pesos, about 600 tons from his mother, who passed away early in 2019. Ending that support, Leo was not known to have any employment, and his income from the church was not constant. However, the young man had made different trips to places like Miami in the United States, Aspen in Switzerland, and even the Middle East. Another curious fact was the vehicle he owned. How could it be explained that the deacon drove a new, expensive, and latest model car? He also had a state-of-the-art cell phone. Finally, there was no way to explain how Leo, a few days before his death, was able to rent a house near the parish for which he would have to pay about 6,000 pesos a month, approximately 350. In fact, the young man had invited his family to come and see the apartment, and they had planned to do so on Friday, June 14th, 2019. That meeting never happened because someone took his life. Lore also noted that Leo had significant amounts of cash and money in bank accounts, with several transfers that he received from Father Francisco. The more details were revealed, the more implicated the priest seemed in everything that had happened. However, he remained firm in his position of innocence and did not provide any real information about Leo's lifestyle again and again. Father Francisco claimed that he had nothing to do with the death of the young deacon father. Hugo Vemar, former spokesman for the Archdiocese of Mexico, confirmed the same to the media after visiting Father Francisco in prison. Father Hugo condemned the actions of the authorities, accusing them of manipulating the evidence. He assured the media that despite everything, Father Francisco remained calm and that the defense lawyers would present the respective proof of the priest's innocence. Jorge Cuadra said the priest's lawyers, Jorge Cuadra and Jorge Pinuno, also asserted the priest's innocence and questioned the investigation's development. In their opinion, the videos presented, which placed him with the victim at the scene of the crime, were not sufficient to hold him responsible for taking Leo's life. Just as the ecclesiastical representatives defended the priest vehemently, the community was on the same line of action. The demonstrations of support and solidarity from Gel Hidalgo's inhabitants for Father Francisco were unwavering. From the moment they learned of the priest's detention, the community maintained a steadfast attitude over the following months. An important group within the community insisted that the authorities had made a mistake, in that Fr. Francisco could not have committed such an abominable act. The parish priest's defenders did not limit themselves to prayers or demonstrations within the church. They took their discontent to the streets, leading to several protests. Community members called for Father Francisco's release with banners, cardboard, and clothing signs displaying messages of support for the priest. They insisted on his innocence and demanded his release. A large demonstration completely shut down the southern part of the busy Inez Avenue. They also gathered at the Cristo Salvador Catholic Church, where after praying, they loudly proclaimed the priest's innocence and demanded his release from the authorities. Public, the priest is innocent, the priest is innocent journalist. This is how Cristo Salvador parishioners protested during the demonstrations in favor of the priest's release. Community members also denounced the alleged excesses committed by the media. They accused the media of spreading false information about the case and sensationalizing it. Some individuals expressed their anger by threatening to physically harm and expel journalists from the parish more than a year after the terrible attack that resulted in Leo's death. The Avendano family reported that in early December 2020, the first hearing was held in the trial court in Orient Prison. There, Father Francisco was serving preventive detention as the main suspect in killing the young man in the early morning of June 12, 2019. Both the prosecution and the defense presented data evidence and all the elements collected to be analyzed during that first hearing. During that session, the only family member who gave statements was Leo's cousin as a witness. On the other hand, some neighbors and shopkeepers near the Chistosal or parish still could not believe that such a charismatic and close priest was guilty of killing the deacon. Some locals admitted that they stepped away and stopped attending the parish after all that happened in April 2021. After evaluating all the evidence presented, the court found Father Francisco Javier Bautista Avalo guilty of the murder of young Hugo Leonardo Avendano Chavez Leo's brother. Hose informed that the decision to declare him guilty was made collegially and that the evidence against the priest was solid from then on. It only remained to wait for the hearing to be held later. Jose Avendano said on April 9, 2021, Father Francisco was sentenced to 27 years and 6 months in prison for ending Leo's life. In addition, he was ordered to pay a sum of 422,000 pesos, about $25,000, as reparation for damages to the family members in the same sentencing hearing. It was informed that the religious man would not enjoy any benefit instead of the prison sentence because it is a case of aggravated homicide. The defenders have informed that they would appeal the court's decision, considering that they had enough arguments in favor and insisting on his innocence on social media. The priest posted that in the next few days the necessary steps for the appeal of the sentence would be taken. He asked his followers to wait for it and said that they would be informed about it. Father Francisco always maintained his innocence and swore that he was in his bedroom that night. He said he regretted Leo's death but claimed no responsibility for the event. However, the geolocation of his cell phone placed him at the place where the deacon's body was found. Not only that, both his and Leo's cell phones had the same geolocation during the whole sequence of events of that early morning, the images recorded by the security cameras added to this. And finally, he was blamed for not being able to explain why the keys to the young man's vehicle were in his possession. For believers, religious temples are a place for reflection and meditation. They are also a place to open their hearts and humbly surrender to God. However, on some occasions, as in our case today, these spaces have given rise to different situations that, far from doing good, have generated pain, sadness, and even indignation. This was another sad example of how heartbreaking it can be when a religious man gives in to temptation and allows himself to be dragged into darkness. Jose Avendano said these words that we chose for the closing were from 2019, when Jose was asking for help to clarify what happened to his brother and for those responsible to pay for what they did. Although justice was served in this case, the pain endured by the Avendano family is irreparable. Hopefully, the responsible authorities can act effectively to prevent such situations from occurring again so that cases like Leo's are never repeated. Story 2, how much hatred does it take for someone to kill an entire family, including a 4-year-old child? That was the question asked by a passerby who witnessed a crime that took place in 1998. It was a heartbreaking case that left many speechless after the perpetrator was brought to justice. I'll take you back to the years before 2000 to delve into a murder case that occurred in Jiangsu, China at 400 a.m. On February 12, 1998, the earlier weather felt particularly unique. Mrs. Zhang, 53, from Kama Village, Dantu District, Junjiang City, Jiangsu Province, China, woke up early as usual to prepare vegetables to sell at the market. The early morning air was refreshing, however, today, instead of the usual scent of morning dew, Mrs. Zhang smelled something burnt and smoky in the air. Puzzled, she thought, "What's burning so early in the morning?" She murmured to herself the sun had not yet risen and darkness still enveloped the village. As Mrs. Zhang stepped outside, a light caught her eye looking southeast. She saw a house engulfed in flames. It was the home of Xiaomayan's family. Recognizing the urgency, Mrs. Zhang didn't hesitate and shouted loudly, "Fire! There's a fire! Everyone, there's a fire!" Her cries woke the villagers, who rushed to extinguish the flames. But unfortunately, the fierce fire had already consumed the entire house by 5:40 a.m. The Dantu police arrived at the scene after being alerted by the village chief. The burned-down house belonged to 55-year-old Xiaowan. He lived with his wife, Leiki. 50, their youngest daughter, Xiao Qingqing. 22, their eldest daughter-in-law, Wang Kuya. 29, and two grandchildren aged 7 and 4. Kama village had a small population with families typically living together across multiple generations, so the houses were often spaced far apart. This might explain why the fire at the Xiao family's home went unnoticed for so long. According to the surrounding villagers, when they discovered the fire, the house was already engulfed in flames throughout the ordeal. No one heard any cries for help despite the villagers' efforts to extinguish the fire. It took over an hour for the flames to subside. When the rescue team arrived, it took another 2 hours to completely extinguish the fire. Upon inspection, the police detected the smell of gasoline, indicating that this was an intentional arson. Based on the intensity of the fire and information from the villagers, the police estimated the fire was set around 3 a.m. on February 12, 1998. After the fire was extinguished, the house was reduced to ashes. The police searched through the rubble and eventually found the victims' bodies as suspected. This was a deliberate murder. The perpetrator had taken advantage of the Zhao family's resting time. With revenge being the presumed motive, the fire was so intense that the bodies were charred beyond recognition with their clothes burned off, making it impossible to identify them. There were 5 victims in total, including 4 adults and 1 child. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Zhang spoke up that must be the entire Xiaoan family, except for his daughter-in-law and grandchild. The police were surprised by Mrs. Zhang's certainty and asked her how she knew. Mrs. Zhang explained that 2 days prior, Lakey had sent her daughter-in-law Wang Kikyo back to her parents' home in front of the neighbors. Initially, it was understood that 7 people lived in the Xiao family's house, but only 5 bodies were found because 2 had left and were fortunate to survive. However, this timely departure made Wang Kikyo, the daughter-in-law, a prime suspect in the case. After investigating, the police discovered that Wang Kikyo had been living with the Zia Mayan family for 7 years. According to neighbors, her relationship with her in-laws was not very good. The reason was not her temperament, but because they believed she brought bad luck to her husband. In 1991, Wang Kikyo married Xiao Xing, the son of Xiaoan. Initially, Lakey did not approve of the relationship because Wang Kikyo was 2 years older than Xiao Xing and had been married before. However, due to her son's persistence, Lakey reluctantly agreed unexpectedly just 2 months after the wedding. Xiao Xing suffered a work-related accident and fell into a vegetative state. A few months later, he passed away due to his injuries. Seeing her son die so painfully, Lakey blamed Wang Kikyo entirely. She intended to make her life miserable, but then Wang Kikyo found out she was pregnant. Despite her anger and hatred, Lakey decided to endure the loss and take care of Wang Kikyo for the sake of the unborn child. According to neighbors, the birth of the baby was both a blessing and a curse for Wang Kikyo. The Xiao family held traditional patriarchal views, and when they found out Wang Kikyo had given birth to a daughter, they ignored and continued to mistreat her. However, they did acknowledge Xian, Wang Kikyo's daughter, as their own and supported both mother and child for 7 years. At that time, it was very difficult for a woman nearing 30, uneducated with a child and 2 failed marriages, to make a living on her own. Therefore, the fact that Wang Kikyo was allowed to stay with her in-laws was considered her good fortune for years. Wang Kikyo endured humiliation, but in return, her daughter received an education and a family. This was enough for her to continue enduring. Realizing that Wang Kikyo had a clear motive, the police traveled over 20 kilometers to Jino district to meet her. This was when Wang Kikyo learned about the incident at her in-laws' home. She was extremely distressed and worriedly asked about the family's condition. When she found out that her entire in-law family had died, Wang Kikyo collapsed, not crying or speaking, and simply invited the investigators inside. It turned out that 2 days before the fire, on February 10th, Wang Kikyo and Lakey had another argument. The cause was again a children's squabble that afternoon as usual. Wang Kikyo let her daughter Esh on 7th place with her nephew Xia for the son of her sister-in-law Xiao Qingqing in the front yard. While she cooked in the kitchen, somehow Xian and Xia started fighting over a grasshopper woven from leaves. In the end, Shawan got it, making Xiao cry hearing the noise. Lakey rushed out from the living room without assessing the situation. She saw her grandson crying and immediately hit Zian hard on the bottom, causing her to cry loudly in pain. Seeing this, Wang Kikyo rushed out to stop her mother-in-law, who then accused her of not raising her child properly. She then chased both Wang Kikyo and her daughter back to her parents' home. Even though it was getting dark, this back and forth had happened multiple times over the past 7 years, knowing that her mother-in-law would soon calm down. Wang Kikyo complied that evening. She asked a villager to take her and her daughter back to her parents' home, bringing only a few clothes and some cash. Wang Kikyo firmly stated that she had been in Genko for the past 2 days. Her parents and neighbors could vouch for her. The journey from Jeno to Dan took over an hour by car. Not to mention, the police found a 20-liter plastic gasoline can discarded 20 meters from the house. If Wang Kikyo were the perpetrator, carrying a 20-liter can over such a long distance would have surely drawn attention so far. There was no concrete evidence against Wang Kikyo other than her possible motive. Returning to the crime scene once again, the police searched everywhere, but found no unusual traces. All household items were burned, and valuables like gold necklaces were found intact in the house, with everything still in its place. Indicating no signs of theft as previously mentioned, the police found a plastic gasoline can suspected to be left by the perpetrator. However, fingerprint analysis yielded nothing, suggesting the perpetrator wore gloves while carrying out their plan. The forensic team had completed their autopsy reports. Examination of the victim's stomachs revealed a significant amount of sleeping pills in the adult stomachs, except for the 4-year-old child. This was a crucial clue. Why was this significant? Because a 4-year-old in a rural area would typically eat the same food as the adults. So which dish was the sleeping pill in that the child didn't eat? After collecting and organizing all clues at the scene, the police came to several conclusions. First, the motive for this crime was undoubtedly revenge. The police needed to investigate the relationships between the family members and those around them to narrow down the suspect list. Second, the perpetrator was likely someone familiar and very close to the Xiao family. It's possible that they were present at the Xiao family's dinner on the evening of February 11th, quietly adding sleeping pills to the meal before setting the house on fire. Third, another hypothesis, though, speculative, was that one of the victims might have committed arson and suicide. To validate this theory, the police needed to investigate the family members' relationships. After reaching a consensus, the investigation team quickly split into 2 groups and began their inquiries. Surprisingly, after investigating the Xiao family's relationships with their neighbors, the police found that Xiao Mayan and Leiki were not well liked. Xiao Mayan was known for his erratic temper, always thinking he was right, being domineering and never getting along with anyone. He met his wife Leiki was equally problematic, being aggressive, gossipy, and frequently speaking ill of her daughters. In-law and sons-in-law, their selfish behavior had caused numerous conflicts with neighbors, notably with Song Shin 52. Song Shin, a longtime neighbor, had turned from friend to foe over a dispute involving a cow eating Zhao's corn. According to neighbors, this incident happened over a year ago. Zhao An, without informing Song Shin, killed the cow and hosted a feast for the neighbors. When Song Shin discovered what happened, Zhao An not only refused to apologize, but also lectured him on being considerate and warned that this was just a threat. If Song Shin didn't keep his animals in check, he wouldn't let it slide. Next time the value of a cow to a farmer is significant, and losing it along with the insult from Xiao Mayan made Song Shin furious. A few days later, he retaliated by throwing cow dung into Xiao Mayan's house. This led to another fierce argument, to the point where the village chief had to personally fund a tall fence to separate the 2 households for over a year. The 2 sides clashed frequently. If they went arguing, they were fighting. The village chief was so exasperated that he eventually pretended not to notice their conflicts. Given this history, the police couldn't overlook Song Shin when approached. Song Shin sighed and said, "I knew you'd suspect my family because we have the biggest grudge against him, but I swear I didn't do it. I genuinely hate the old man, but I wouldn't kill his entire family. Besides, how could I harm a 4-year-old child?" Indeed, this tragedy was incredibly sorrowful. A family of 5, including a 4-year-old child, was burned to death. Who could harbor such intense hatred against the Xiao family to commit such a heinous act? After verifying Song Sain's whereabouts and activities, the police temporarily ruled him out as a suspect. On that evening, it was confirmed that he was at home after work with some distant relatives. Visiting, however, from Song Shin, the police learned new information about the relationship between the Xiao Mayan family and their son-in-law, Ling Shisha, 25, who was Xiao King Qing's husband and one of the 5 victims of the fire. Considering the second and third hypotheses from the police, Ling Shishio might be involved in the incident. Ling Xia was known to have the least influence in the family, even less than Wang Kia. This was because he was living with his in-laws. Ling Jia married Xiao King Qing when she turned 18 because she was pregnant. Ling Jia had been frail since childhood and wasn't as strong as other men in the village, so his job was much lighter and his salary was equivalent to that of women. This inadequacy made Ling Xia despised by his in-laws, especially Zhaowen during meals. Zhaowen and his wife Lakey often made disparaging remarks toward their son-in-law. Even Xiao Qingqing disrespected her husband and agreed with her parents. Gradually, Ling Shish lived like an invisible person in the house. He had no say in anything and had to seek his wife's permission for everything to avoid his in-laws. Ling Shisha worked outside all day and only returned home after dark. The only person who treated him with respect was his sister-in-law, Wang Kia. Perhaps because their fates in the Xiao household were similar, they empathized with each other, seeing her husband becoming closer to her sister-in-law. Xiao Qingqing grew visibly upset. She urged her mother to discipline Wang Kia while she scolded her husband, demanding that he maintained proper boundaries. Although they were no longer outwardly close, they still quietly supported and helped each other when the police asked about her relationship with Ling Xia. Wang Kachia insisted that aside from mutual empathy, there were no other feelings involved. Based on these details, the police formed a hypothesis. Ling Shisha felt humiliated and disrespected by his in-laws, which led him to plan the arson to kill the family and then himself. However, he didn't want to implicate his sister-in-law, the only person who treated him with respect. So he waited until she and her daughter left the house to execute his plan. Ling Jisha had both the motive and the opportunity. He could have spiked the food with sleeping pills when no one was watching after everyone fell asleep. He set the house on fire, then took the pills and lay in the flames with them. Although this hypothesis aligned with the clues the police had gathered, they couldn't understand why he would choose to kill his own son. Ling Shisha was known to be very loving towards his son and didn't have a malicious or scheming nature. Even if he disliked his in-laws, the idea of harming his 4-year-old son was hard to accept at this point. Lun 28th informed the police that he had seen Ling Shisha outside his house at around 1 a.m. Lun, a long-distance truck driver, was returning home on his motorcycle after work and passed by Zhuan's house. At that time, there was no sign of fire, but he saw Ling Shishio standing outside. Len thought Ling Shishio was just out for a midnight bathroom break and didn't pay much attention, quickly heading home to rest. If this sighting was accurate, it further implicated Ling Shishi as a suspect. Typically, those who grew up in rural areas understand that people in rural China often have early dinners around 6 to 7 p.m., sometimes even earlier, and go to bed between 8 and 10 p.m. If the perpetrator drugged the victims and they followed this routine, the effects of the sleeping pills would still be active by 1 to 2 a.m. Ling Shisha being awake and outside at this hour was suspicious. Suggesting he hadn't taken the pills, this observation lent credibility to the police's hypothesis. Finally, after many days of investigation, the police decided to close the case. The perpetrator was concluded to be Ling Shisha. With the motive being revenge for the disdain from his in-laws, it seemed the case could finally be put to rest. But some investigators disagreed with this conclusion. They believed the evidence was insufficient, and given that they couldn't get a statement from this particular suspect, they decided to continue monitoring the case for a while. On February 24th, the police returned to the scene with sniffer dogs, hoping to find any overlooked clues in the rubble. However, despite their efforts, they found nothing but ashes and charred metal. At that moment, Mrs. Zhang, who had discovered the fire, saw them and spoke up, still investigating. "I thought the case was closed. You guys are really diligent. If you need any help, just let us know. Everyone's been working hard." Searching these past few days, the police were surprised by Mrs. Jiang's comment because they had just returned to the scene today. Who else had been there? Investigating, they asked Mrs. Jiang about this, and she revealed that Wang Kia had been coming to the site repeatedly over the past 2 days. The case was nearly 2 weeks old by then, with the investigation mostly concluded. So why was Wang Kacha returning? Was she hiding something from the police? This prompted a discreet investigation into Wang Kia. Initially, the police believed it would be difficult for Wang Kia to act. Given the 20-kilometer distance between Jano and Dantu, she couldn't ride a motorcycle and traveling with a 20-liter gasoline can would certainly draw attention if she were with someone else. Yet her recent behavior raised the police's suspicions once more. In an unexpected turn during their quiet investigation, they found a witness indicating that Wang Kachia had indeed left Genko late on February 11th. Mr. Z41, a fellow villager of Wang Kiko's family, reported that around 1 a.m. on February 12th, he saw a woman on a motorcycle leaving the village. Her build and clothing closely resembled Wang Kikyo. He knew she couldn't ride a motorcycle, so he thought he might have been mistaken, especially since it was dark, and he was a bit tipsy to verify the police visited Wang Kiko's home and saw her father's motorcycle matched Mr. X's description. It was clear that her family knew something. Using their professional experience, the investigators posed some indirect questions, making Wang Kiko's parents avoid eye contact. The police's suspicions grew stronger. They decided to confront Wang Kia directly, to their astonishment upon meeting them. Wang Kia immediately confessed to the crime, however. When she explained her motive, the police were left speechless. Unsure how to respond, according to Wang Kia, after she gave birth to Xia Huan, her in-laws increasingly mistreated her. They didn't treat her as they claimed to others. Her mother-in-law, Aliki, forced her to go out to work just 3 days after giving birth. The lack of nutritious food meant she had no milk for her baby. When she asked to borrow milk from the neighbors, Liki slapped her, calling her useless and irresponsible as a mother. She also refused to let her borrow milk. Fearing it would tarnish their reputation during that time, her daughter could only drink rice water. Sometimes Wang Kachia managed to secretly get some milk from other neighbors. Later, when her sister-in-law got married, Xiaoan and his wife took all the money Wang Kia had saved for her daughter to give to Xiao Qingqing. They treated her like a servant. She had to wake up first to prepare breakfast, then work in the fields at noon. She had to rush back to cook for her father-in-law and then return to the fields in the afternoon. At night, she was the last to sleep after finishing all the chores. Wang Kachia tried to endure this for her daughter's sake, but Xiao Mayan wouldn't leave her in peace. In July 1995, she vividly remembered coming home at noon to prepare lunch for her father-in-law. Her daughter had just eaten and gone to sleep, and everyone else was out. She and Xiao Mayan were the only ones at home after finishing lunch. Wang Kia went to the bathroom to wash off the morning sweat and grime. She suddenly felt like someone was watching her. She turned to see Xiao Mayan staring at her with a predatory look. When he saw her notice him, he brazenly opened the bathroom door and stepped in with a satisfied look. Wang Kiao, terrified, clutched herself and begged him to leave, but he ignored her, saying that since his son couldn't enjoy her, he would take his place. His disgusting words and actions left her paralyzed with fear. That afternoon, she became prey to her vile father-in-law. Once it happened, it kept happening. Whenever Xiao Mayan had the urge or opportunity, he assaulted Wang Kia. Even worse, this happened so frequently that both Lakey and Xiao Qingqing caught them in the ACT, but they said nothing. Lakey believed Wang Kachia seduced her husband. Intensifying her hatred, she poured hot water on her leaving scars and put nails in her shoes. Despite knowing everything her mother-in-law did, Wang Kia couldn't resist living in the same house her sister-in-law Xiao Qingqing also despised her, often making things difficult, cutting her long hair to sell for money, and beating her daughter whenever she made her son cry many times. Wang Kachia wanted to end her life or leave, but she had nowhere to go and worried about her daughter's future. She felt she had to stay. But her endurance became a curse for her daughter during the Lunar New Year in 1998. An unforgivable incident happened on the 30th night. Wang Kachia had to brave the cold to buy fireworks and supplies for the holiday. When she returned, she heard her daughter screaming. She dropped everything and ran to her room to find her father-in-law on top of her daughter. Xian was crying for her mother, her clothes torn, begging her grandfather to stop. Wang Kachou couldn't contain herself and pushed Xiao Mayan off drunk. He tried to attack her, hearing the commotion. Lakey rushed in and slapped Wang Kia, demanding she apologize to her father-in-law, which she refused. It was clear that Lakey knew what had happened but chose to protect her husband. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingqing forced her husband Ling Shersha to stay in their room and not help seeing the hypocritical faces of her in-laws and her daughter crying in pain. Wang Kia couldn't bear it any longer. She took her daughter and walked over 20 km in the cold to her parents' house to avoid any rumors that might tarnish. Their reputation Lakey went to Wang Kiko's parents' house the next morning using sweet words and threats to bring Wang Kia and her daughter back because her daughter was about to start school and needed paperwork. Wang Kachia reluctantly returned, but she didn't expect that just a month later the same thing would happen again. This time Wang Kachia couldn't take it anymore. She vowed to make the Xiao family pay for everything she had endured over the past years. Thus, Wang Kachia started planning to kill her in-laws from February 2nd. Each day, she bought a little gasoline from the store and poured it into a case she had prepared and hidden in the kitchen. She knew no one in her in-laws' family ever bothered to clean the kitchen, so she wasn't afraid of being discovered. During this time, she secretly learned to ride a motorcycle, which later became her alibi. By February 10th, she started picking fights with her mother-in-law, getting herself sent back to her parents' house. This way, she could safely take her daughter and establish a perfect alibi. Early on February 11th, she returned to her in-laws' house. Familiar with the place sneaking in was easy. She knew the family had a habit of drinking ginger tea every evening, so she mixed sleeping pills into the tea and sugar jars. However, Ling Jia caught her sneaking around in the kitchen. Wang Kia didn't hide her plan from him, telling him she would set the house on fire the next night and advised him not to drink the tea. She told him to take his son and leave the house. By that time the next day, Wang Kachia returned as she had planned. As for Ling Xia, he probably didn't drink the tea with the family that night. However, as he neared death, he chose to stay with his wife and child in the house. He despised by drinking the tea with the sleeping pills. When Wang Kachia arrived, she thought Ling Jisha had left as instructed, so she set the fire. It wasn't until she first spoke with the police that she learned Ling Shisha had chosen to stay in the flames with his in-laws. Perhaps when Wang Kachia bowed her head in sadness, it wasn't out of remorse or to deceive the police, but because she was contemplating why Ling Shishio made such a choice. In the end, the case was resolved. Wang Gia showed no remorse in court. Her regret was not giving her daughter a happy life and failing to protect her. All those years before her execution, Wang Kachia asked her parents to take care of her daughter. She also told her daughter, no matter what, never to live a life like hers. Wang Kiko's words moved many people. Everyone wants to be a good role model for their children. But what kind of terrible life did this mother endure to beg her daughter not to live as she did? This case has much to discuss, but it's hard to criticize any one individual because everyone involved had their faults. Despite the wrong actions of the perpetrator as a mother, it's hard to imagine anyone enduring what she and her child went through. Story 3 in early 2013, a murder case in the Bali district of Taiwan shocked the media and public for an extended period. The incident not only drew attention because of the brutal nature of the crime, but also because the victim was an elderly billionaire family. You may have heard of this case before or are just now learning about it, but what are the details of the case? Who is the perpetrator? What was their motive on February 26th, 2013? A woman named Imo Yoon was walking along the Tisui River area when she stumbled upon a strange object lying near the edge of the mangrove forest. Due to her poor eyesight in the distance, she couldn't clearly see what the object was, only that it was quite large. Curious, she decided to get closer as she approached. She kept rubbing her eyes to get a clearer view of the object below the bank. Only when she got a clear look did she fall back in shock and scream. Drawing the attention of those nearby, a man quickly ran towards the sound of the scream. Mo Yun, trembling, pointed towards the distance and shakily said, There's a body over there. Understanding the situation, the man quickly called the police and asked others to calm the woman. Within 10 minutes, the police arrived and secured the scene upon seeing the body. One officer exclaimed, "Isn't this Mr. Chin Fu who was reported missing a few days ago?" The whole team was stunned because just a few days earlier, the victim's family had reported him missing. The police had not found any information yet, and now received news of his death. Despite the body being swollen, the facial features were still recognizable. The police then called Mr. Chen's family to inform them a preliminary investigation revealed that the victim was found at the edge of the mangrove forest. Beside the Tisui River nearby was a trail where locals often walked or biked. It was possible that the victim had an accident and fell into the Tisui River, with the body drifting to the shore as the tide receded, exposing it on the mangrove forest floor. At first glance, the police noticed Mr. Chen's body was swollen with many injuries on his body and neck. However, it was difficult to determine with the naked eye whether the injuries were caused by a weapon or environmental factors. The Tisui River had many sharp rocks beneath its surface, and the mangrove shore had many protruding roots, which could have caused these injuries as the body drifted. Additionally, since the body had been in the water for some time, the wounds were severely decomposed, making it hard to assess them visually after examining the body. The police noted that the victim's clothes were still relatively new and neatly dressed, suggesting he was on his way to an important event before his death. The victim was not carrying many valuables, still wearing a gold-plated watch on his wrist, and his shoes were still on, making it unlikely he was attacked for money, but rather suggesting an accident. The police also divided themselves to search the area under the river and near the shore, but did not find anything else. More and more local residents gathered around, which somewhat hindered the police's search process. From all the information gathered so far, the police could initially conclude that Mr. Chen Fu had fallen into the water after slipping on the easily slippery terrain after bringing the body back to the examination department. Mr. Chen's family quickly arrived upon seeing the police. They immediately asked about the whereabouts of Mrs. Jean Kaping, Mr. Jin Fu's wife. It turned out that besides Mr. Chun, his wife had also gone missing from the evening of February 16th. At this time, the investigation team was questioning local residents when they received unexpected information on the night of February 25th, the one day before Mr. Chin Jinu's body was found. A witness reported seeing two people burning paper money by the Tisui River. However, since burning Joe's paper for the deceased is not unusual in Taiwan, the witness did not approach them and went straight home. The police immediately sought information about these two strange individuals by checking the surrounding area's cameras. However, because it was dark in the mangrove area along the river lake, surveillance cameras and the residential area cameras did not cover that direction. No information could be found. Despite this, the police remained determined to search by asking local residents if they had seen anyone suspicious that night. In addition to investigating Chen Jinu's death, the police were under pressure to find John Kaping. Until now, they still did not know whether John Kaping was alive or not. Therefore, they divided the investigation team into two smaller groups, one to search for information about John Kaping and the other to continue investigating Mr. Chen's case. The next day, the police received information that a woman tried to withdraw money from Jean King's bank account at a bank in Jonga County, but failed due to incorrect password entry. She then attempted to withdraw money at the counter, but was refused by the staff, as she appeared much younger than the profile information. At this point, two opinions began to form within the investigation team. Some suspected that John Kaping could be the mastermind, having dealt with her husband and then sent someone disguised as herself to withdraw money to mislead the police. Others believed that both victims were murdered, with the motive likely being to seize their assets. This latter motive was widely supported, including by the victim's family. Do you know why most people agreed with the second theory? Let's take a break from the investigation to learn about the background of Mr. Chin Fu and his wife. After hearing this, you might guess something. Mr. Chin Fu, born in 1934, was a wealthy businessman who once taught at Takshoku University in Japan. He owned two uninhabited islands in Okinawa, Japan, and numerous properties worth tens of millions of Taiwanese dollars. His wife, Mrs. Jean Kaping, born in 1956, was an associate professor at Churchin University, owning jewelry worth 40 million Taiwanese dollars, equivalent to 1.2 million US. The couple currently lived in a villa in Bali District, New Taipei City, regarding family matters. Mr. Chin and Fu and his wife had no children, but their relatives and nieces and nephews were very attentive to them. The couple, being elderly, would spend their time traveling together, visiting nearby coffee shops or attending various parties. Besides their work, this shows that there was no conceivable reason for Zhang Keping to harm Mr. Chin since February 27th, when the mysterious woman attempted to withdraw money using Zhang King's bank card. The police divided into smaller groups to investigate the surrounding area's cameras, but still found no leads. However, the team investigating the social relationships of the couple received new information from a distant relative of Mr. Chin. It was revealed that after accumulating a massive fortune, Mr. Chin decided to retire, sell his stores and house in Japan, and live a secluded life with his wife in a small villa by the Tam Sui River in Bali District, Taiwan. This area is also where the two victims' bodies were discovered. The relative noted that the couple frequently visited a nearby coffee shop for drinks, mainly because it was the only coffee shop in the area. This person also mentioned that Mr. Chun had shared that the couple had long adopted a girl who worked at this coffee shop. Armed with this crucial information, the police immediately visited the mentioned coffee shop. The coffee shop, named Momo. Coffee was located below Mr. Chen Jinu's villa, only about 130 meters from where Mr. Chen's body was found. The first person the police met was the store manager Chihan, born in 1985. Mrs. Ihan explained that Mr. Chun had been a regular customer since 2009, often visiting with his wife, the girl the couple adopted was her Ehan, then sat down and recounted the details to the police. She said she started working there in late September 2008. In 2009, she met Mr. Chin and John Guing. As they were regular customers, Ehan often chatted with them. One day they asked about her family. Mr. Chin learned that she was under significant financial pressure due to her father's early death, her sister studying abroad, and her mother working alone in Cam. Because of this, he offered to adopt Ehan as his daughter from 2010. Mr. Chin regularly provided financial support, gave jewelry to Ehan, and guided her in stock investments, making her very grateful to the couple. The last time the couple visited the coffee shop was on February 16th. Ehan said she found it odd that Mr. Chun hadn't visited the shop for several days afterward, assuming they were traveling. She didn't want to bother them at home recently. Ehan had been busy preparing for her wedding, so she didn't have time to call the couple. The police also inquired about other relationships Mr. Chin Jin Fu might have had, and the coffee shop employees. They asked if anyone else was close to the couple. Jihan responded that because most employees were new, few were familiar with Mr. Chin. The people who knew and frequently talked with the victims were Lu Binging, the owner of Momo Coffee, and two shareholders, Oi Ching and Ding. However, compared to the others, owner Lu Binghang was closer to Mr. Chin. Immediately, Lu Binghang was summoned by the police for questioning upon seeing the police. Mr. Binging said, "If you want information about Mr. Chin Jinfu and his wife, you should ask Jerhan. She knows more." It seemed that the relationship between Jerhan and the couple was very close to the point of causing jealousy among others. The police then interviewed every employee at the coffee shop, but failed to obtain any useful information. At this point, an officer stepping outside noticed a camera that could capture the entrance to the coffee shop. The police quickly contacted the camera's owner and requested the footage. On February 16th, the footage showed Mr. Chin Jin Fu and his wife indeed visiting Momo Coffee. However, there was no footage of them leaving the police. Then questioned the employees present at the coffee shop that day, including Jian's fiancée Zhu Ayang and other acquaintances of the couple. But all they received were responses like, "I don't know, some said they had to leave early. Others said they were too busy to notice when Mr. Chun and Jan Guiping left the shop. This only heightened the suspicions about those present to avoid alerting the suspects." The police began quietly monitoring and observing all employees at Momo Coffee. However, they overlooked one factor. The media was also very interested in this case. The media continuously approached and tried to extract information from the suspects. You might be curious about Jean Ging's whereabouts by now, right? Is Jean Gwing still alive? Where was she? While news of her husband's death was everywhere, these questions were also troubling the investigation team at that time on March 2nd, as the police continued their investigation along the Tisui River. The unanswered questions finally found answers while the search team scoured the river area and the mangrove forest edge. An officer searching the swampy area near the bike path on the left bank of the Tisui River unexpectedly discovered a woman's body. The police quickly gathered at the scene. Even before anyone could check, it seemed everyone already knew the answer. Soon after, the forensic doctors confirmed that the body was indeed J.N. Guing. On the same day, the police received a report from Shuren University that a female student had found John Ging's wallet in the women's restroom at the university. Unfortunately for the perpetrator, their attempt to mislead the police had failed. At this point, the employees at Momo Coffee remained the suspects. There were a total of 11 people, including 6. Store employees and Eon's boyfriend, the store owner, and 2 shareholders had also been interrogated on March 3rd. The police searched the store and found 3 drops of blood in the kitchen. It was noted that J.N. Ging's body had 2 stab wounds on the neck, leading the investigation team to believe the case was far from simple. After the autopsy on March 4th, forensic experts determined that the couple had died after falling into the water and had puncture wounds in their chests. Jean Guing had several 6-centimeter deep stab wounds in her back and a 6-centimeter deep wound in her lung. There were also 2 open wounds on her neck. Thus, the injuries on Mr. Chun, initially thought to be caused by underwater objects, were likely inflicted by the perpetrator. Additionally, forensic examination found a residual amount of anesthetic in the stomachs of both victims, indicating they had been drugged and then attacked while incapacitating before being dumped into the Tisui River. However, the police still could not identify the perpetrator. The only certainty was that the culprit was among the 11 people at Momo Coffee to avoid any investigative misdirection. The police continually questioned and examined the recent activities of each individual. First was the adopted daughter John, as initially stated to the police. Ahan and her fiancé Zhu Ang were planning their wedding. Ahan had been financially supported by the Chin couple for over 3 years. Despite the assistance, she did not take it for granted and worked hard, earning Mr. Chen's increasing affection given her imminent wedding. It was hard to believe she had the motive to commit murder. Furthermore, during questioning, Ihan remained calm and provided detailed answers to the police's questions. She supplied extensive information and expressed her desire for the police to quickly find the murderer of her foster parents. The second group of suspects were the store owner Lu Bing Hang and the 2 shareholders, Ashi Chung and Zhang Ganen. During questioning, Jian provided the police with a suspicious detail the 3 were planning to invest in a new store. Despite Momo Coffee's thriving business, after hearing the police's suspicions, Lu Binjing admitted that he had asked to borrow money from Mr. Qin Jinfu. However, since it was a significant amount, Mr. Qin initially refused, but mentioned he would reconsider. Additionally, on the day Mr. and Mrs. Chun went missing, all 3 individual UAL had Ali's. The remaining coffee shop employees were also questioned by the police, but since they were not close to the victims, no useful information could be obtained without any solid evidence. The police could not detain them and eventually had to release everyone under the investigator supervision. As mentioned earlier, this case also attracted significant media attention. Even before the police could investigate further, the media had caught wind of the case. They conducted interviews in and around the COF shop. Reporters asked questions to the store manager Jan, who calmly responded. A reporter asked, "What did they usually do when they came here?" Ahan replied, "Just drink coffee and walk by the river." The reporter continued, "Did they have any arguments when they left that day?" Ahan answered, "No, they didn't. As you can see, cases involving media attention often create additional pressure on the police investigation." Right, given the timeline's complexity, I'll summarize the key events again to avoid confusion. On the evening of February 16th, 2013, Qin Jinfu and Jan Guiping went to Momo Coffee in Bali for drinks and then disappeared on February 20th. Their family reported them missing to the police on the night of February 25th, the day before Chin Jinu's body was discovered. Witnesses reported seeing two people burning Joe's paper by the Tisui River on February 26th. The wealthy businessman Chin Jinu's body was found by the Tisui River in Bali, 130 meters from the coffee shop. Initially, the police concluded he had fallen into the water after slipping on February 27th, after the incident with Mr. Chin Jin-fu. A woman impersonating Zhang Guing attempted to withdraw money using her bank card at Jenga Bank, but failed. Due to incorrect password entry on March 2nd, Zhang Ging's body was found by the Tamsu River in Bali District, New Taipei City. That same day, her wallet was discovered in the women's restroom at Shorin University. The police then determined that the perpetrator was deliberately trying to mislead the investigation on March 3rd. The police searched Momo Coffee and found 3 drops of blood in the store's kitchen without lab results. They couldn't determine who the blood belonged to. On March 4th, the prosecutors conducted autopsies and discovered deep wounds on the neck and chest. There were no signs of water in the victims' airways, indicating they had died before being thrown into the river. So far, the police poly have narrowed down the suspects but lack conclusive evidence. Who do you think the perpetrator could be? Tsihan, her boyfriend, Jae Yifang Lu, Binjing Orning Yong Yanning, or one of the 6 employees who the police least suspect at around 4 a.m.? On March 6th, the reporter from Liberty Times visited the coffee shop for an interview and happened to see Oh Shoring and John Guffin cleaning up the baking room and storage late at night. Curious, the reporter approached them, but they only said they were cleaning up trash later that day. A bank employee from Janga County went to the police station and said that the woman suspected by the media looked very similar to the woman who tried to withdraw money. The previous day, the police quickly showed her photos of the female employees at the coffee shop. She immediately pointed to a picture of a young woman. It was none other than Sean, combining the bank employee's information and the reporter's account. The police were certain that Sihan was the perpetrator and suspected Yoring and Yong Yanning of colluding to destroy evidence. On the afternoon of March 6th, the police arrived at the coffee shop to arrest Sihan. Despite the police's suspicions and evidence, Sihan insisted she had nothing to do with the case. She repeatedly expressed her gratitude towards Mr. Chinen Fu and his wife, and maintained that she had no motive to harm them. Seeing their trusted manager being arrested for questioning owner Lu Binghong, who was auditing accounts at the time, found it hard to believe he doubted the police lead and remarked to his wife, "Could this be a mistake?" Little did he know he would soon find himself caught in the storm. As well at the police station, Sian steadfastly denied the charges. The police, unconvinced by her strong defense, showed her the autopsy photos of the victims. The sight of the photos broke her composure. She vomited, cried, and repeatedly apologized, saying, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." After calming down, Sihan confessed everything. She admitted that Mr. Chin frequently visited the coffee shop and intended to adopt her. Recently, Lu Binghong faced financial difficulties, and knowing the Chin couple's wealth conspired with shareholders Oring and Zhang Yanning to commit the crime. Ahan confessed that Lu Bingjing was the mastermind, and she agreed to the plan for a large sum of money, aware that John Geiping always carried bank cards, savings books, and seals. Ahan lured the Chin couple to the shop on the night of February 16th. She spiked their drinks with a sedative, and as Jean Guing was about to lose consciousness, forced her into a car to demand her bank card's PIN. When Jean Guing resisted, Aihan killed her Lu Bingjing, and the others then took the bodies to Yongding's rented house after the family reported the couple missing, and the police began searching. The 4 conspirators decided to dispose of the bodies by dumping them along the riverbank about 30 miles from the coffee shop on February 26th and March 2nd, 2013 at 4 a.m. On March 7th, just after El Bingjing finished auditing the books and opened the store, he was greeted by a barrage of flashing lights. Reporters repeatedly asked, "Why did you kill Chin and Fu and his wife?" Shortly afterward, Lu Binghong was taken away by the police. He entered the police station without knowing what lay ahead. Lu Binghong greeted the shareholders, who were also in custody, only to be scolded by the police for potentially conspiring to confess the police, then arranged for Binghong to meet directly with Sihan, but she could not bring herself to look him in the eye. Outside the police station, the front page of that day's newspaper was filled with news of Sian's confession. She claimed that the death of Mr. and Mrs. Chin Jinfu was due to the owner's greed while she admitted to committing murder. She insisted she was merely a pawn. There was also information suggesting that feeling guilty Sian had gone to the riverbank to burn something for the deceased. Do you remember that a day before Mr. Chen's body was found, someone was seen burning Joe's paper when the police visited the Joe's paper shop? Mentioned in Sean's confession, the shop owner confirmed her statement, adding that a man accompanied Sean that day, and that man was L-binging. The witness testimonies were quickly verified. Additionally, on that day, Lu Binghang and the other two had their mobile phones turned off for an extended period. Both the police and the media believed Sean's story, thinking it unlikely that a like her could have overpowered two people as simultaneously, as there was no direct evidence the Taiwanese media fueled the fire, portraying the three owners as the main culprits. Suddenly, Lu Binghang and his family were left in shock, going from cooperating with the investigation to becoming prime suspects. You must understand that the accusations against Lu Bingjing, Zhang Yanning, and A.O. Shoring were solely based on Sian's testimony with no concrete evidence to find proof. The police searched for surveillance cameras around the area. However, no surveillance footage showed Lu Binghang and the others burning Zhao's paper, nor were there any traces of weapons or blood-stained clothing found in or around the coffee shop. Unexpectedly, the very next day, Xihan retracted her confession, claiming her initial statement was false and that the police had forced her to confess at that moment. Lu Binghang and the other two were released on bail and soon regained their freedom. Upon returning home, Lu Binghang still felt like a sudden suspect. He used the coffee shop's social media account to explain the situation, only to receive thousands of abusive comments from Neens to prove his innocence. As soon as possible, Lu Binghang decided not to wait for the police to verify the facts. He retrieved the surveillance footage from the coffee shop to uncover the truth. Upon reviewing the footage, they indeed saw Xihan meeting the two victims that night. After returning to the shop, Lu Binghang also found a necklace and a pearl ring in Xian's desk. He immediately took pictures and sent them to Zheng Xing's family, who confirmed that the jewelry belonged to the victim on April 2nd. Lu Binghang submitted the information he had gathered to the police, and finally the three of them were cleared from the list of suspects. As for Sean, she was prosecuted on April 12th on 5 criminal charges: robbery and murder, fraudulent appropriation of property theft causing injury, and perjury, after failing to pin the blame on the three men. Ahan continued to change her statements in her third account. Ahan claimed that Miss Chin offered her 6 million Taiwanese dollars, equivalent to $185,000, and a house to kill his wife. Then she said she was in a romantic relationship with him and he wanted to kill his wife, so he asked for her help. She initially only wanted to rob Jiang Tuing, but was incited by Mr. Chen to commit murder. Finally, Ahan claimed she wanted to escape Mr. Chen's harassment and marry her boyfriend, so she pretended to cooperate with him to kill his wife, and then planned to kill both of them. Xian began to detail her relationship with the victim. She said that Qin and Fu did not use a mobile phone, but only a landline. When he wanted to meet her, he would either speak to her directly or visit the store. They arranged to meet at 1 or 2 in the morning, and later, even earlier, after waiting for his wife to fall asleep. Qin Jinfu would go to meet Ahan. She had to lie to her boyfriend, saying she needed to sleep early. Ahan stated that after each encounter, Qin Jinfu would give her red envelopes containing tens of thousands of Taiwanese dollars. Additionally, he gave her jewelry such as jade pendants or pearl necklaces. CIA Ahan said that as she prepared to marry her boyfriend, she decided to end her illicit relationship with Qin Jinu and told Jiang Tuing about it. However, Jiang Tuing seemed indifferent to the news. After that, Qin Jinfu said he had a poor relationship with his wife Jiang Tuing and wanted to regain financial control of the family. Some time ago, Mr. Qin asked her to kill Jiang Zaping, promising, "I will buy a house and give you 6 million Taiwanese dollars in cash." Xian continued, saying that neither her mother nor her boyfriend knew about her with Mr. Qin. She wanted to end it. But Jiang Tuing was indifferent. Moreover, if she only killed Mr. Qin, Jiang Tuing would know she was the culprit. So Ahan's plan was to kill both of them. Han emphasized that she chose the stupidest way to resolve the situation to sever the inappropriate relationship between her and Mr. Chin. The prosecution later confirmed that Han and Mr. Chun had a close relationship, but found no evidence of a romantic affair. After all her false statements, Sean finally confessed to the crime. The story began in October 2012. One day in October, Kahan went to a pharmacy below her apartment and said that her mother had passed away. She did not get along with her stepfather. They often argued, and she was so distressed that she couldn't sleep. She was prescribed sleeping pills. Han returned to the pharmacy a second time and was given 21 sleeping pills. Besides the sleeping pills, after learning that Zhang Tuing stored jewelry worth 40 million Taiwanese dollars in a safe deposit box at the new Taipei City Farmers Association, Cian rented a safe deposit box from the association just to see what the key looked like a week before the crime. Cian visited Chin Jinu's house and tested the effects of the sleeping pills on him. She gave Mr. Chin water with sleeping pills and waited for him to fall asleep before searching for Zhang Tuing's safe deposit box. But her search was unsuccessful. Sean had no choice but to leave Mr. Chen's house in early February 2013. Unable to find the safe deposit box key, Cian signed up for Zhang Xing's yoga class and adjusted her schedule to avoid clashing with Zhang Tuing's class. This made it easier for her to search Zhang Tuing's bag for the safe deposit key as she hoped Han succeeded. This time she obtained the key to the Farmers Association's safe deposit center, but the transaction officer refused to open the box without proper identification on February 16th. After several failed attempts to rob the Chin couple, Han decided to see it through to the end. On that day, she invited Mr. and Mrs. Chin Jinu to the coffee shop to celebrate El Bing Hing's youngest son's first birthday. At 7:15 p.m. that evening, the Chin couple arrived to find no preparations for a birthday party. Upon asking the owner, they learned the party was scheduled for the following week to apologize. Lu Bing Hung offered them 2 cans of homemade beer and excused himself. Han also served them drinks and invited the couple to sit down by 7:30 p.m. Zhang Tuing began to feel dizzy. Mr. Chun, noticing his wife's condition, asked Dean to help take her home to rest at 8:30 p.m. Mr. Chinnen seemed overly intoxicated, and Han again helped him leave the coffee shop both times. Han took them out through the back door so the police did not see the couple leaving the coffee shop on the front cameras instead of taking them home. She led them to the mangrove forest by the Tasui River as the tide was about to rise. Han initially planned to leave the unconscious couple by the riverbank before the tide came in, allowing the rising water to drown them and make it look like they had fallen into the river. Unexpectedly, Chin and Fu woke up early due to an insufficient dose of sleeping pills and weakly asked what Han was doing. Realizing her plan was exposed, Han grabbed a fruit knife she had prepared and attacked Mr. Chin multiple times, covering his mouth to prevent him from screaming after Mr. Chin died. Han turned to Zhang Tu, waping with the knife, using the same method to stab her in the neck and chest until she stopped breathing. Han then dragged both bodies to the river, allowing the rising tide to submerge them before leaving the scene with Zhang Tu, wallet covered in mud and blood. She changed into a spare set of clothes she had prepared in the staff room. When the staff on duty arrived, she explained, "I accidentally fell into the river while dumping coffee grounds the next day." Jihan, eager to complete the plan, wore a wig dressed in Zhang Xing's clothes and applied makeup to look older. She took Zhang Tuing's bank card and ID to the counter to withdraw money, stealing 350,000 Taiwanese dollars, equivalent to over 10 million. Once the real perpetrator was identified, reconstructing the case became straightforward. Many witnesses, including Eon's yoga instructor, the taxi driver who took her to the bank, and the bank clerk who handled the transaction, provided a complete chain of evidence. Since her arrest in March 2013, Jihan had given 4 different confessions. Initially, she blamed the owners, claiming she was merely following orders. Then she stated that neither she nor the owners were involved, and that the police coerced her into giving a false confession. On April 15th, she changed her story again, saying Mr. Chin wanted to kill Yang Tuing, and she killed both of them to escape her illicit relationship with him. Finally, at her trial on May 21st, she changed her testimony once more, claiming she acted alone but indeed had a romantic relationship with Qin and Fu to prove their closeness. She described physical features of Qin Jinfu, such as freckles on his back and arms, white hair, and a scar on his thigh. However, the report showed Qin and Fu had no such scars as for the freckles. They are common in older adults and could not be used as evidence of a close relationship. In the end, Jihan's confession was deemed baseless and unreliable. In October 2013, John was sentenced to death for robbery and murder upon hearing the word death from the judge Jihan. Initially, Calm broke down crying, saying she did not expect such a severe punishment. She said, "If there is a hell, I am willing to go there to atone for my sins." So the case concluded with the real perpetrator facing appropriate punishment. However, rumors and debates about the suspects persisted. Some even believed Jihan's boyfriend was involved over time. These controversies faded and the case gradually disappeared from public attention. Story 4. People are not born evil. Whether someone turns out good or bad largely depends on how they manage their own ego. Additionally, it is influenced by the surrounding environment. Many individuals are inherently good but may find themselves in trouble due to a moment of impulsiveness or lack of thought, leading to irreversible mistakes at around 7 a.m. On May 2, 2011, Mrs. Chung, the mother of Xu Zong, the local tax bureau chief of District 8 in Hao City, Guangsi Province, China, went to invite her son's family to a wedding banquet at a restaurant upon arrival. Mrs. Chung stood outside ringing the doorbell for a long time, but no one answered. She then called her son Zhuang, but although there was no response, she tried calling the landline, but again, no one answered. Mrs. Chung assumed that the family had stayed up late the previous night and was sleeping in, so she decided to go ahead, confident that her son's family would follow later. Surprisingly, only the housekeeper, Little Wong, showed up, and there was still no sign of Xu Zong's family. As all the guests took their seats, Mrs. Chung grew uneasy and approached the housekeeper to inquire. Little Wong explained that she had slept in an upstairs room the previous night this morning. When she went downstairs, she noticed the curtains on the 4th floor were still drawn. She knocked on the door but heard no response. Assuming the family had already left for the banquet, Wong also headed out. Hearing this, Mrs. Chung became extremely anxious and called her son again, but still received no answer as the wedding reception was about to end, and still with no sign of her son's family. Mrs. Chung grew increasingly worried. She immediately took a taxi with Wong to check on the situation at home. The house was eerily quiet. Negative thoughts began to flood Mrs. Chang's mind as she urged the housekeeper to quickly open the door. Once inside, Mrs. Chung rushed to the 4th floor. She found the door slightly ajar and pushed it open, only to see her son lying motionless on the bed, covered in blood. Overcome with fear, Mrs. Chung screamed and then collapsed from a heart attack. Hearing the commotion, Little Wong rushed upstairs. The scene left her in shock, struggling to stay calm. She helped Mrs. Chung and called the police and an ambulance. Her voice trembled as she spoke to the authorities. The police reassured her and asked for details they learned from the housekeeper that a murder had occurred at Zhu Zong's residence. Recognizing the severity of the case involving a government official, the police quickly dispatched a 5-member investigation team to Xiong's home. When the investigation team arrived, medical personnel had already placed Mrs. Chung Xu Zong's mother in an ambulance to be taken to the hospital. The crime scene was identified as 2 rooms on the 4th floor of the villa. Upon entering the scene, all the investigators were shocked by what they saw. The police immediately set up a barrier to seal off the entrance to Zhu Zong's home. Both Mr. and Mrs. Zong were found dead in the bedroom on the 4th floor. Shuang had 2 deep wounds, one on his neck and another on his abdomen. The once relatively new white tank top he was wearing was now soaked with blood. His head remained on the pillow, indicating that he had been attacked and killed while still asleep, without any chance to defend himself. Based on the depth of the wounds, the police determined that the murder weapon was likely a dagger or a folding knife. With a blade about 20 centimeters long, his wife Ling Shan was found dead. In a corner of the room, she had been attacked on the head and chest. The head wound was likely caused by a blunt object, possibly a hammer. The assailant had struck her with such force that her head was crushed and bleeding. With most injuries concentrated around her face, the brutal nature of the attack suggested a deep-seated hatred towards Mrs. Shawn. Her neck bore strangulation marks, but the cause of death was determined to be from multiple traumas and acute blood loss. These details indicated that Mrs. Shawn may have been tortured before being killed. According to the police, Mr. Zong was attacked first, and Mrs. Shawn, who was lying beside him, woke up and tried to flee, but was caught by the assailant. She was strangled and subdued before being killed. The police concluded that the open wounds on both Mr. Zong and Mrs. Shawn were caused by the same weapon. However, a different weapon was used for the head wound on Mrs. Shawn. The investigation team thoroughly examined the room. There were no signs of a struggle. A large amount of cash and jade necklaces in the drawer were untouched. The safe beside the bed was also undisturbed. Under the dressing table, the police found a photo frame with shattered glass and no picture inside. In the hallway trash bin, they found a crumpled photograph of Ling Shan, which likely came from the broken frame in the second room. Two more victims, a male and a female, were found dead on the bed. The victims were identified as Jay and Ju Jong Lin, the children of Mr. Zong and Mrs. Shawn. XU and Ju Jong Lene had deep wounds on their left chests. Their legs were straight, the bed sheets were not rumpled, and there were no signs of struggle upon inspection. The police discovered that the weapons used to kill XU and XU Jongin were different. Considering this, the police proposed two possibilities. First, the murderer might have used two weapons simultaneously attacking Ju and Ju Jongin to minimize noise and prevent one from realizing the other was being attacked. Second, there could have been two murderers, each armed with a weapon, attacking one victim, each the latter. Theory gained more support, suggesting the involvement of two assailants. This was because the weapons used to attack Ling Xian included both a sharp and a blunt object, indicating the possibility of two people attacking her. X and XU Jongin's bedroom was tidy with no signs of a struggle. No foreign fingerprints were found at either crime scene. This led to two possibilities. Either the perpetrator wore gloves during the crime, or they meticulously cleaned the scene afterward to avoid detection. Ju Ziyang's villa was quite large. Spanning 7 floors, the first floor was spacious and rented out for storage, except for the 4th and 5th floors, which were in use. The 2nd, 3rd, and 6th floors were unoccupied. The 4th floor was where XU Zong's family lived, while the 5th floor housed Mrs. Chung and the housekeeper Wang. Occasionally, Wang would rest on the 4th floor to prepare breakfast for the Zhu family in the morning. The villa was built very securely with high walls topped with barbed wire, and there were no shoe prints around the perimeter. The door showed no signs of forced entry, suggesting there had been no break-in. Based on these details, the police suspected that the perpetrator might have been someone familiar to the family who was either LED'd in by a family member or had a key to the house. Since all the valuables in the house were untouched, the investigators ruled out robbery as the motive. It was more likely an act of revenge targeting either Mr. Zong or Mrs. Shan without useful clues, and with surveillance systems not yet widespread at the time, the police faced significant challenges in solving the case. As a result, they offered a reward of 50,000 yuan to encourage the public to provide any information or leads related to the case. The investigation revealed that Ju Zong 44 was the director of the local tax bureau branch in District 8, Hio City, Guang Se Province. He was described by colleagues and subordinates as a gentle person. His wife, Ling Shan 44, was a businesswoman involved in various industries, including cement sales and real estate development. Given their significant business dealings, their social network was relatively complex. Shuang and Ling Shan had a 14-year-old daughter, XWE, and a 15-year-old son, XU Yonggen, both attending a local school. The children were well-behaved, had good academic records, and were liked by their teachers and peers as the investigation team worked wirelessly to uncover the truth behind the horrific massacre. The residents of Hio City began to form their own theories. Some believed that Ju Zong had embezzled public funds with accomplices, leading to a fallout and retribution. Others suspected that Mr. Zong had created conflicts and enmities during his work, resulting in this tragic outcome. However, the investigation revealed that Ju Ziyan worked in a small town with limited power and only 6 subordinates, His income was modest, with most of the family's finances coming from Mrs. Sean's business ventures. Juicy was not involved in embezzlement or bribery and did not have any deep-seated grudges as rumored. Initially, the investigation team focused on the sole survivor of the massacre, the housekeeper Little Wong. They conducted intense interrogations, but Little Wong continually wept. It was discovered that Little Wong was a cousin of Mr. Zong and had been supported by his family due to her difficult circumstances and lack of a husband. She had worked there for many years, living rentier and earning a salary. Leading a relatively comfortable life, neighbors described Wong as kind, honest, and well-mannered, given her physical disability and difficulty moving. The police determined that she had a low motive and capability for committing the crime, thus ruling her out as a suspect. The investigation team then delved deeper into the victim's social relationships through Ling Shan's sister, Ling Zia. She revealed that her brother-in-law was not a good person. Despite being married to her sister for a long time, he continued to secretly see his ex-girlfriend. This situation caused Ling Shan to consider ending her life multiple times. There had been conflicts and arguments between Zhu Zong and his ex-girlfriend's husband. Ling Zan's social relationships were also complicated. She had been previously married but divorced her first husband, Sagang, when the relationship soured. Despite Sieg Wang's attempts to reconcile, Ling Xian eventually remarried Zhu Yang and had 2 children recently. Sagang had approached Xian asking her to leave her current husband and return to him. Knowing that Zhu Zong was unfaithful, Xian felt somewhat sympathetic and often met with her ex-husband. Both Zong and Xian had extramarital relationships, leading to frequent conflicts and disagreements, according to housekeeper Little Wong. The couple argued every few days. Little Wong occasionally overheard their arguments. Zong disliked Zan's habit of going out for social drinks in the evenings, while Xian resented her husband's ongoing relationship with his ex-girlfriend. Based on the testimonies of Little Wong and Ling Xia, the investigation team identified 2 primary suspects. First, Xiaoyan's ex-husband Zia Gong, and second, Zhang Xu. Jin, the husband of Zong's ex-girlfriend, with additional manpower. The team split into 3 groups, one to continue searching for clues and analyzing the crime scene, a second to visit S.E. Wang's residence, and a third to investigate Jiangshu Jin Seg Wang. 45 currently worked as a taxi driver in HJO City. When the police arrived at his home, he was surprised and unaware of the reason for their visit. After being informed of Ling Shan's murder, Sagang was shocked and claimed he had no knowledge of the incident during the subsequent conversation. The investigation team did not mention that Cheyenne's husband and children were also dead, but Guang eagerly discussed their deaths. This raised suspicious eye that Guang was trying to act innocent but inadvertently revealed his knowledge. When the investigators pressed Guang, he admitted to lying. In fact, he was aware of the massacre at his ex-wife's home but pretended otherwise to avoid trouble when asked about his whereabouts at around 1 a.m. On May 2nd, Seg Wang stated that he had been driving a regular customer to District 8 Hao City. Since this location was close to Xu Zong's house, the police were highly suspicious. However, Sagang Volun provided the dashcam footage from that night, which ultimately confirmed his alibi. The second investigation team visited the home of Zhang's ex-girlfriend and discovered that Jiang Sujin and his wife had left for Yunnan at 4:30 a.m. on May 2nd. Why would he leave for Yunnan so early in the morning? Could he have committed the crime and fled with his family? Wondered one investigator the team then questioned. The neighbors about Jiang Sujin's recent behavior and social relationships. Neighbors described Jiang Duzhen as an idle gambler, while his wife Duen was a housewife. Their economic situation was poor, and the couple frequently argued about money and their children. Despite being married, Duan's attractive appearance attracted attention from many men. Recently, some people had seen Zhu Zong and Du Yen together in a car acting very intimate. Based on this information, the police suspected that Jiang Zhen might have discovered his wife's affair and planned to kill Xu Zong's family in revenge. However, further information revealed that on the night of May 1st and the early hours of May 2nd, Jiang Xu Jin and his wife were at the hospital caring for his mother at 4:30 a.m. On May 2nd, his mother's condition worsened and she had to be transferred to another facility with Jiang Xu, Zhen, and Du Yen. Accompanying her, both primary suspects had Elias leaving the investigation team with no choice but to return to the crime scene to discuss new strategies while searching for clues in the villa. The police found Ling Shan's ledger in a cabinet. The ledger meticulously recorded daily transactions. Based on this, the police investigated over 10 people who had borrowed money from the victim's family but found no suspects as the case reached a dead end. Ling Shan's sister Ling Sawa revealed that her husband Li Lang had a financial dispute with her sister. My husband worked for my sister, basically supervising the construction site. Ling Shawa complained, but in reality he was more like a servant. Never getting any rest, he asked for a raise several times but was always denied from Xia's information. The police learned that Ellie Lang had previously worked at a passenger transport center. He then left that job to work for Ling Shan, who had promised him a monthly salary of 2,000 yuan, approximately $275 with room and board. However, Li Lang only received 1,500 yuan per month and was provided meals, but no accommodation. This discrepancy led the police to suspect that Li Lang could be the perpetrator. However, during the investigation, Li Lang provided evidence proving his innocence. Once again, the leads went cold and the investigation seemed to be at a standstill. The residents of Jisoo City grew increasingly anxious, not knowing who the true killer was or why they had so brutally murdered the family. People feared they might be the next target. These concerns, along with mounting criticism, put immense pressure on the investigation team to solve this severe case quickly. On May 8, 2011, City Police increased the reward from 50,000 yuan to 200,000 yuan, equivalent to $27,500. Despite receiving 80 to 90 calls daily, none had been helpful for the investigation. The investigation team decided to re-examine the crime scene. This time they made a crucial discovery. They found a sock print in the dust on the floor of an empty room on the 6th floor, and a slipper print at the crime scene on the 4th floor. Analysis revealed that the sock print on the 6th floor belonged to a man approximately 1.6 meters tall, while the slipper print on the 4th floor was partial and belonged to a woman. Based on this, the police speculated that after committing the crime, the perpetrator wiped away fingerprints and shoe prints, but failed to completely clean the slipper print. The slipper, identified by Mrs. Chung and housekeeper Wong, was an indoor slipper that Wong had placed by the door size 37, but it was now missing. From this information, the investigators deduced that there were at least one male and one female suspect. The male was about 1.65 meters tall and the female was under 1.6 meters tall. They had a key to the Zhu family's house and were familiar with the victims. The suspects had premeditated the crime, sneaked into the house late at night, and calmly cleaned the crime scene. Erasing fingerprints from door handles and stair railings, the police then investigated the whereabouts of the house keys. The 7-story house had the first floor rented out for storage, and the 2nd, 3rd, 6th, and 7th floors were unoccupied. The Zhu family lived on the 4th floor, while housekeeper Little Wong and Mrs. Chun stayed on the 5th floor to enter the Zhu family's bedroom. The perpetrator needed a key to the house and the 4th floor. Thus, the murderer had a full set of Zhu family keys. The family had 5 sets of keys, one for each of the couple, one for Mrs. Chung. One scared by the 2 children, and a spare set kept hidden after the incident. All 5 sets of keys were found, indicating that the perpetrator had made a duplicate key. The police launched an investigation into the relatives and friends of the Zhu family who might have had access to the keys 10 days after the murder. Mrs. Chung, who had been bedridden with grief, started to recover. She remembered that a few months prior she had stayed at her daughter's house for a while and was given the keys. Feeling uncomfortable, she returned to her old pea home with her daughter Ling Shawa. After a few days, she gave the keys to Shawa to return, meaning Shawa had held the keys and had the opportunity to duplicate them with this new lead. The police focused on Ling Shawa, noting that she was about 1.6 meters tall and wore size 37 shoes, matching the description of the female suspect. Investigating secretly, they found that Ling Shawa had called her sister the day before the murder and had made multiple calls to a young man named Luing between 8 p.m. and 2 to 3 a.m. On the night of the crime, further investigation revealed that Lu Xingming was the boyfriend of Sujia Xia's niece, along with Xia's suspicious actions. Xiangming matched the description of the male suspect at the crime scene. Neighbors reported that Su's brother Suaj Zhang, who had a limp, was seen near the victim's house on the night of the murder. He often visited his aunt Shan, making him memorable to the neighbors suspecting their involvement. The police planned to apprehend Suya and Xiangming, however. Just as they prepared to arrest them, Suya and Xiangming fled Hao City. The investigation team tracked them as they traveled from Fushan to Yonggo City, Hunan, then to Zhuang and finally to Dunwan City, Guangdong Province. It seemed they were trying to escape continuously moving across various cities. On May 18th of 2011, the police apprehended suspects Ling Shaowa, Sukjiang Suya, and Luing Ming. After evading capture, the four were finally arrested at a hotel in Guangdong Province, faced with intense interrogation. Sujia broke down in tears and fearfully confessed she admitted that Ling Shaowa had given her the keys to Ling Shan's house to make duplicates. A year ago, Ling Shaowa had already begun plotting to murder her sister's family. Despite Sua's attempts to dissuade her, she couldn't prevent Ling Shaowa from carrying out her plan this time. Ling Shaowa hid her intentions from Suya and convinced her boyfriend Lu Xingming to commit the crime together. After hours of denial, Ling Shaowa finally admitted that Su's account was accurate. Ling Shaowa confessed that she had harbored deep resentment towards her sister. For a long time, she wanted to kill Ling Shan's entire family so that her mother would inherit the family assets, which she then planned to manipulate for her own gain. Her confession left all the investigators present in shock. Born in 1975 into a modest farming family in Acho City, Guangsi Province. Ling Shaowa was one of 5 siblings. Shane was the third child with an older sister and brother and 2 younger siblings. Due to financial hardships, none of the 5 siblings could continue their education for long. The daughters married soon after leaving school. Ling Xie, petite and charming with a talent for conversation. Married well, her husband indulged her every desire, allowing Shaowa to regularly send money to her parents. At the same time, her second sister, Shan, struggled with a difficult marriage and financial instability. Xia's first husband was a traffic cop responsible for managing office seals, which made her feel proud back then. My brother-in-law often needed help and frequently borrowed money from my husband. Xia recounted, "I felt like a queen at my parents' home shortly after Ling Shane divorced. Left penniless and jobless, feeling pity for her sister, Shaowa requested money from her husband to support Cheyenne and wholeheartedly helped her start a business with determination and skill. Ling Cheyenne successfully launched her business, largely thanks to her family support, especially from her sister, Ling Shaowa. Later, Shan met and remarried Zhu Zong, the director of the local tax bureau. Together, they built a happy home with 2 children, and their business flourished, improving their financial status just when it seemed the sisters had both achieved their desired lives. Xia's marriage fell apart. She left her husband with nothing. Ling Shaowa then married Lo, an ordinary employee at a transport company. Li Hao was kind but timid and incompetent with a limited earning capacity. From this point, Xian replaced Xia's position of prestige, once living in luxury, admired by everyone. Shaowa suddenly lost everything, leaving her deeply dissatisfied and disheartened. Her pain was exacerbated by the fact that she had always been considered the smartest and most beloved among her siblings. But now her second sister, Shan, had taken that place. Shan's success grew. She built a mansion, bought luxury cars, developed real estate, and provided jobs for many relatives, earning everyone's respect and dependence. Cheyenne was now the revered family member, while Shaowa felt like nothing more than a puppet. Ling Zhan had borrowed more than 400,000 yuan, approximately $55,000, from Xia to finance her business operations. As a result, Shaowa believed that her sister's business success was due to her help and felt she deserved a share of the profits. Shaowa had approached Cheyenne several times about this issue, but was always dismissed. She felt that her sister, who had become successful with her help, was now ungrateful and disdainful, refusing to share any profits. This sense of betrayal and resentment grew stronger over time. Their eldest sister, Ling Zhang, suffered from diabetes and heart disease. as her condition worsened. Shawa frequently visited and cared for her while Shane rarely appeared. Only covering part of the medical expenses, Shawa was discontented, believing Shane was stingy and heartless, unwilling to fully support their struggling family. On the night of May 1st, Ling Shawa called Ling Shan to borrow money again. Perhaps because she had borrowed too many times, Shan refused with an irritated tone. Ling Shan shouted over the phone, "Useless. Why don't you use your brain to think of a way to get rich? Stop relying on others just because they're wealthy. I've given you enough. I won't lend you another penny." These words felt like a slap in the face. Deeply wounding Shawa, she felt like a beggar. Her rage exploding, and she decided to exact revenge on her ungrateful sister that night. Ling Shawa called Suk Kang and Luing Ming, promising that once the plan succeeded, she would take 200,000 yuan from her mother's inheritance and split it with them, tempted by greed Shunming, and Su Kang immediately agreed late on the night of May 1st, 2011. This group used the key to sneak into ex-Zong's house and brutally murdered the 4 members of Zong's family on the 4th floor. The killers first targeted ex-Zong's 2 children, then Zong and Shan Ling. Zong suffered the longest and died last. Their swift and simultaneous actions prevented any noise. They used duct tape to silence Ling Xa, Yen rendering her unable to scream for help. Ling Zia's initial plan was to kill her mother as well, so the inheritance would be transferred to her. However, that night, Mrs. Chung was at the hospital caring for her daughter, Ling Sang, and was not at home after committing the murders. The group wiped away fingerprints and bloodstains, but failed to clean everything completely. Leaving evidence that incriminated them, Ling Xia Su Kang and Luing Ming were sentenced to death in the first trial. They appealed, and Ling Shawa requested a psychiatric evaluation. She repeatedly emphasized that her motive was not money, but the emotional betrayal by her sister on April 1st. 2012, the court rejected the appeals of Ling Shawa and her accomplices. Upon verification, the court found that Ling Shawa and her family had no history of mental illness and were fully capable of civil conduct when the crime was committed. Therefore, her request for a psychiatric forensic evaluation was also denied. The death sentences were carried out in January 2013. In this case, Ling Shawa Krui, along with her accomplices, murdered her sister's entire family. Out of impulsive thoughts, Xia's actions brought immense misfortune, not only to the victims, but also to herself and her own family. Both Shane and Shawa had their faults. One was overly focused on money and was stingy, while the other had extreme tendencies and harbored jealousy, leading both into a tragic downfall. As for Xia's accomplices, their moral integrity was overshadowed by material greed, and they ultimately paid a high price for their heinous actions. Story 5, the phone rang several times, but no one picked up at 11 a.m. On August 9th, 1999, Zillian called her sister's house in Anhai Town, Jinjiang City, Fujian Province, China, but no one answered, thinking her sister and brother-in-law were busy. Zillian called again around 4 p.m., but still no one picked up at this point. She sensed something was wrong. Zillian's sister lived a wealthy life, staying home all day as a housewife, caring for her children. If she had to go out unexpectedly, her 2 daughters would still be home after several unanswered calls to the landline. Zillian tried calling her nieces and brother-in-law's mobile phones, but no one answered. She decided to go to her sister's house to check upon opening the door. She immediately smelled gas and hurried inside, calling for her sister and brother-in-law, but got no response searching the house. She found her sister's bedroom door slightly ajar. Inside, her nieces were tied to the bed with ropes and were no longer breathing. She quickly ran to notify the neighborhood security guard, who then called the police. Within 10 minutes, the police arrived at the scene. From Zillian information, the police identified the victims as the homeowner, Waya vice president of the Hungan Group, his wife Kugin, and their 2 daughters Wan and Wudong Hong, both working for their father's company, entering the house. The police were hit by the strong smell of gas. The living room showed no signs of disorder, and the main door was undamaged, indicating it had been opened from the inside. The first bedroom on the left was where the 2 daughters were murdered. The door was wide open and they were tied with ties with their eyes and mouths taped shut. Their bodies bore no open wounds and they had been suffocated. The room was tidy with a black handbag on the bed and another bag on the floor. Its contents spilled out. Their money and jewelry were intact except for their mobile phones, which were missing in the adjacent bedroom. The police Paulie found Woe's body. His hands and feet were tied, and he had 3 fatal wounds on his neck, with blood splattered across the room. The killer had been ruthless. The bed had a pillow with a small bloodstain deliberately flipped over and placed back. The window was closed and the curtains drawn. C. Eugen was found dead. In the third bedroom, also bound and suffocated like the others near the window. In her room, the police found a phone off the hook as if she had tried to call for help but couldn't through investigation. The police learned that Woa had 3 children, 1 son and 2 daughters. His son, WBA, worked for Hunan, a company under the Hainan Group, but in early 1999, WBA was severely injured in a car accident and died. After rescue efforts failed, the eldest daughter, Yoon, who was murdered at 27, had studied in Singapore and was responsible for external reception at the Hainan Group. The youngest daughter, Wudong Hong, graduated from Wata University in Guangzhou in 1998. Was beautiful, easygoing, and worked in finance at the Hainan Group. The only surviving family member was the daughter-in-law, Yaminan, who was out on an errand and thus escaped the tragedy. Yaminan, who was married to WBA for 3 years, had no children. She had returned to her parents' home after work before the incident occurred, narrowly avoiding disaster. The victim, Woya, was the former vice president of the Hainan Group with assets worth hundreds of millions of yuan. Initially, the police suspected the killer was after money, but there were no clear signs of theft and not much appeared to be missing. This led them to believe the motive might be personal. Vendetta. Late on the night of August 9, 1999, a special task force of 60 criminal investigators was formed. The city and provincial police leaders took the case very seriously. The police station building in Onghai Town, Xinjiang City, was brightly lit. All officers in charge of the case were busy in investigating this bloody and brutal murder. Based on the victim's belongings, investigators determined that 3 mobile phones and some other valuables were missing at first glance. The crime scene appeared to be a robbery, but there were few signs of ransacking and some cash was left in the room. So what was the motive behind the killer's actions? The investigation proceeded and a province-wide cooperation notice was issued. Forensic doctors estimated the victim's time of death. The first to die was Coogan around 10 a.m., next were the 2 daughters around 10:30 a.m., and finally Woya around 12:30 p.m. The time of W's death was over 2 hours after Coogan. If the killer came for money, he could have taken it after killing Coogan. Why did he stay to kill the entire family before leaving? Once again, the police were certain the motive was not robbery. Wei Jie's house was located in the Hainan Group's company dormitory where all the company's management staff lived. The incident happened at noon, and some neighbors in the residential area were having lunch, but no one heard any commotion from W's apartment on the 5th floor. Coincidentally, the Hainan Group's chairman, who lived on the 4th floor, was out with his family that day, and the 6th floor was under renovation and unoccupied. 2 suspicious points were raised by some police officers. First, the victim's family lived in the Hainan Group's residential area, and the main door of Woyo's house showed no signs of forced entry. This implied that the perpetrator might have been someone familiar to the homeowner, or at least someone the homeowner trusted enough to let inside second. Some speculated that the daughter-in-law, young Miman, might be involved in the crime, although not much property was stolen from the house. The killer might have been after the family's substantial fortune. Young Miman couldn't inherit the entire estate if only Woa was dead. But if the entire family was gone, the vast fortune would belong to her. Based on these suspicions, young Miman became the first suspect the police then investigated Wai Mian's activities that day. It was found that she had returned to her parents' home the night before the incident. The next day, she stayed at her office all day, never leaving for more than 15 minutes. And her company was quite far from the house, making it unlikely that she was the perpetrator. Meanwhile, another police team investigated the Hainan Group's employees. According to the investigation, YG's family was known to be friendly and kind to relatives and colleagues with no known conflicts. Since they worked at the same company, the two daughters usually went home with their father, but on the day of the incident, they went home earlier because their father was busy during the investigation. The company director provided a new lead. Waya had recently been visiting the Amping Hotel to meet a woman based on information provided by the Henan Group's executive director. The police immediately identified the woman as Tang Men from Jingmen City Hub Province. Their investigation revealed that Tang Men had business dealings with the Henan Group. A few years ago, she had been living in Guangdong but recently appeared in Xinjiang for unclear reasons and checked into the Amping Hotel a few days before the incident. Coincidentally, Tang Men had been staying at the Amping Hotel until the day of the incident, when she mysteriously disappeared in the afternoon. The police promptly summoned Tang Min. She seemed confused and unaware of the situation when she saw the police. They informed her about the Weiyo family's murder, which shocked her. Tang Min explained that she had known Woya for a long time and that he had helped her many times as a boss. She was very grateful to him. She had come to Xinjiang to seek his help in establishing a beauty salon. Tang Man added, "I met him on the Eth and left on high on the morning of the 9th. I had arranged to meet him at a coffee shop on the afternoon of the 9th. But when I called him that afternoon, no one answered." After the police investigation, Tang Man was cleared of any involvement in the case. In mid-August, August 1999, the police publicly announced a reward of 200,000 yuan, around $30,000, for any leads from the public. The substantial reward garnered significant attention, resulting in numerous calls to the police within a short period. A few days later, a man rushed to the task force to report something on the night of August 11th. I overheard 3 villagers talking about making a big score in Anhai. These 3 villagers, who had always been idle and so poor that they struggled to eat, suddenly became wealthy. Hearing this, the police immediately began investigating the 3 individuals and found an amount of money in the suspects' homes that matched the scene of the crime. Although the source of the money was unclear, the neighbors' suspicions and the men's suspicious behavior led the police to summon all 3 for questioning. These individuals were Qinzhen Lian and Linen. Upon seeing the police, all 3 men tried to flee. The police gave chase and quickly apprehended them before the police could even ask any questions. Lin Chen blurted out, "I didn't do anything. It was the other 2 who lured me into it." The police were surprised, as they hadn't mentioned anything yet. If they were innocent, why would they panic and flee during the interrogation? The police finally mentioned the Wu family case. The 3 men insisted they didn't know anyone named Wu and had never committed any murders. They explained that their recent behavior stemmed from financial desperation, leading them to form a gang that extorted and occasionally stole vehicles from Xinjiang residents on August 9th. When the murder occurred, the 3 were threatening and extorting money from a fellow Xinjiang native, making it impossible for them to have committed the crime after verifying their alibi with a fellow native. The police confirmed their story. Despite their criminal activities, the 3 men were detained and further investigated. The case saw no progress for a month, affecting Henan stock stability, prompting the board to offer a $1,000 reward for any leads. A few months later, on December 26th, 1999, Wei Ji's daughter-in-law, Yang Yanen, received a phone call from a man in Xiamen. He claimed he had been hired to commit the murders and that his employer was now planning to kill him. To cover up the crime, he told young Mian that if she was willing to pay $1,000, he would turn himself and along with her to the police without giving her a chance to respond. The man said he would call back the next day. Initially, young Yanen was skeptical, as many people had been bothering her for months due to the reward. After some thought, Ai Yan decided to inform the police about the call. The following day, December 27th, 1999, the victim's family received another call from the same man by tracking and tracing the phone number. The police discovered that the call came from a public phone in Xiamen. Upon investigating all public phones in the area, they found that 2 calls were made during that time frame. The first call was to Wo Eiji's daughter-in-law, Young Yan. The second call was to WBA. But why was WBA involved? In this case, he had been dead for some time. The police began questioning why someone would call a deceased person, or if the caller was unaware that WBA had died either way. The police were certain that this person knew the Wu family. After further investigation, the police identified the caller as Wu Honka. Surprisingly, Wu Honka was from the same village as Woi and had been a primary school classmate of WBA. His home was less than 100 meters from the Wu family's home in Lingu Village. On Hai Tuan, the police immediately went to Lingu Village on Hai Tuan that night and learned from his family that Wu Honka had left home 3 months earlier. They had not been in contact with him and did not know his whereabouts before leaving. He had told his family that he was going out to do business. Although they did not find their target, the investigators searched his home and successfully extracted Wu Han's fingerprints. After careful identification by technicians, the police confirmed that Wonka's fingerprints matched with those found at the crime scene. The investigation into Wu Honka social connections revealed that he had been in contact with Wu Yong from Shenzhen multiple times. The police immediately split into 2 teams. One rushed to Shenzhen to find Wu Yong, while the other focused on analyzing Wonka's social connections and attempting to locate him. When they met Wu Yong, he claimed not to know the suspect, but mentioned that his sister was close to him. However, his sister had returned to their hometown in Sichuan, and Wong asked the police to come back later. When she returned, Wong's attitude was highly suspicious as he repeatedly tried to dismiss the police. The more he tried to avoid them, the more suspicious the police became. They requested to search his apartment, but Wu Yong immediately refused the police, then threatened that if he didn't allow the search, they would consider him an accomplice. Hearing this, Wong reluctantly agreed to let the police in. Besides the living room, the apartment had 2 bedrooms, one of which belonged to his sister. As soon as they opened his sister's door, the police noticed a package of food on the table. The bed sheets were disturbed and the mattress was still warm, indicating someone had been there. Realizing she couldn't hide any longer, Wong's sister came out of the closet. She was the woman Wu Honka had been frequently contacting, according to her. She hadn't seen him in a long time. However, when the police checked her phone messages, they found numerous messages from unknown numbers. She claimed she hadn't met him recently, but he had been texting her, asking to stay with her for a few days. She had refused, but he continued to text her from different numbers when asked why they were avoiding the police. Wong said he was unaware of his sister's connection to Wu Honka. After hearing her story about his persistent requests, despite her refusals, Wong had told his sister to be wary of him when the police unexpectedly came to investigate Wu Han's whereabouts. They were frightened and didn't want to get involved. The police then collected information on the unknown numbers that had texted the sister, tracking these numbers. They finally apprehended Wu Honka. Hiding in Shijiang on January 18, 2000, Wu Honka, born in 1971, was from the same village as Wei Ji. He was the eldest of 4 children with 3 younger sisters. He got married in 1993 and had a daughter. Wu Honka had a violent nature, never read books, and enjoyed drinking, gambling, and fighting after graduating at 15. He worked for 8 years in an auto parts factory owned by his uncle. At 23, he returned to his hometown to start a family with the support of his father-in-law. He bought some machinery and opened a small auto parts processing plant. Making some money, his lifestyle changed and he began frequenting high-end places like restaurants, nightclubs, and bars. However, his good times didn't last long. Within a year, his small business could no longer support the lavish lifestyle he desired. He sold some of his machinery to make meat, but business declined further and he eventually sold everything. From a business owner, he became a drifter. His drinking worsened and he began violently abusing his wife and daughter. At this point, he remembered his primary school friend WBA and his wealthy family. He planned to borrow money, but was prepared to eliminate them if they refused. On the morning of August 9, 1999, he concealed a knife and tape on himself and posed as a plastic sales representative to visit their home. Wu Sherry's wife, Zani, recognized him as a fellow villager and a friend of her late son, so she let him in without suspicion. Once inside, Wu Honka explained his connection to her son and asked for a loan. When Zena refused his unreasonable request, he argued with her. She asked him to leave and moved to the window to call security. Wu Honka then attacked her. strangling her until she stopped breathing and tied her up to stage a robbery after the murder. Wu Honka searched for cash and accidentally encountered Warren and Wu Donghong, who had just returned home and were unaware of their mother's fate. He broke into their room, threatened them with a knife, and tied them up. Using ties, he closed the windows, drew the curtains, and strangled both sisters to death. Having committed the murders, Wu Honka felt he needed to find some money to justify his crime. He searched the house methodically, which explained why the police found no signs of a high ransacking. After finding over 6,000 yuan in cash, he was about to flee when he heard the front door open. Startled, he hid behind the door and drew his knife. When he saw someone enter, the person was none other than Wei Ji. He forced Wei Ji into the bedroom and tied him up. Recognizing Wu Honka Wei, I offered him any amount of money he wanted, hoping to avoid further violence. However, having already murdered 3 people, Wu Honka knew there was no turning back and had no intention of sparing Wei. Wu Honka first tried to smother him with a quilt, but when Wei struggled fiercely, he stabbed him in the neck 3 times. Killing him after committing the murders, Wu Honka took a gold necklace from Wei Chi's body and fled to Lingu village. With the stolen money before leaving, he cut the gas line. Fearing anyone might still be alive after committing the crime, Wu Honka used the stolen money for gambling and partying quickly, spending it all when he heard that the Henan Group had offered a $1 million reward for information on the perpetrator. His greed and desperation led him to call the Wu family's daughter-in-law, Yang Min, pretending to have information in hopes of claiming the reward. Wu Honka confessed that during his time hiding in the village, he was plagued by nightmares. He often dreamt of the Wu family standing by his bed staring at him, or of the police bursting in to arrest him. Unable to bear it any longer, he left home. Wu Honka explained that he only felt safe in crowded places, spending nights in dormitories with colleagues or staying with acquaintances to get some sleep, because Wu Honka committed the crime alone and left few clues at the scene. The case took a long time to solve. On December 20th, 2002, the Chuano Intermediate People's Court found Wu Honka guilty of intentional homicide and robbery, sentencing him to death after the first trial. Wu Honka appealed, arguing that the details in the first trial were unclear and that the death penalty could lead to a wrongful conviction. After a second trial lasting 9 months, the Provincial High People's Court concluded that the evidence proved Wu Honka acted alone. Firstly, the 4 victims were all tied up with their mouths taped shut, showing consistent methods and details for fingerprints extracted from the binding ropes and tape at the crime scene matched Wonka's fingerprints. Secondly, the victims returned home one after another and were killed in 3 separate bedrooms, fitting Wu Han's confession of killing the 4 victims within 3 hours after being brought to justice. Wu Honka confessed multiple times with his crime details corroborated by other evidence. Thirdly, in the 2 years after the first trial, Wu Honka never provided any substantial evidence suggesting others were involved, nor did he offer any specific clues indicating other culprits. There was no evidence pointing to anyone else's involvement. Ultimately, after 2 trials, the lower court upheld the original death sentence for Wu Honka the Special. At over 4,000 kilometers across 16 provinces and cities and 36 counties, interviewing more than 10,000 people and investigating nearly 1,000 leads, solving this brutal massacre was an enormous effort, besides the savage nature of the crime. Why did the vice president's murder captivate so much media attention? Let's explore who YG was. YG was one of the founding members of the Henan Group before his murder. He owned over 24 million shares of the company, valued at over 70 million Hong Kong dollars, born in 1948 in a farming family in Lingu village. Fuan Province, Wei Ji had to help care for his 3 siblings from a young age. As he grew up, Wei Ji worked in various jobs such as mountain clearing and fertilizer. Hauling the hardships he endured in his rural home shaped his hard-working nature and resilience. In 1985, he co-founded the Henan Industrial Company with Su Waosu Lini and others. Serving as the general manager to develop the company, he traveled nationwide to promote their products. Overcoming numerous challenges to establish a sales market, in December 1998, the company successfully listed in Hong Kong, boasting 8 subsidiaries. In the months before his murder, YG was highly respected in Linga Village. He had been a renowned architect with many houses he built. Still standing in the village socially, YG was very community-minded, donating tens of millions of yuan to public wealth. Where activities, his family also donated 10 million yuan to the local charity federation, establishing a family charity fund. Given YG's influence, his tragic murder drew intense media attention, adding pressure on the police. Money can lure people into the trap of crime, but it is essential to remember that money is just a material possession. It can be used in life, but it cannot be taken. Beyond death, as the rain gently falls and the night grows deeper. Thank you for joining me here at Sherlock Holmes. True crime stories remind us of life's mysteries and the importance of staying aware, even as we seek comfort in the quiet of the night. If you've enjoyed tonight's tale, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Let the rain carry you to a peaceful sleep. And until we meet again, stay safe, stay curious, and let the night watch over you. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Sherlock Holmes. I know many of you enjoy listening to these videos as you fall asleep. So before you drift off, I'd love for you to leave a comment, letting me know where in the world you're tuning in from. And if you're enjoying the story, don't forget to like and subscribe. All right, now let's get comfortable, relax, and dive into tonight's case. Story 1 on June 20th, 2001 at 9:48 a.m. In Houston, Texas, the law enforcement authorities received a call from a woman named Andrea Yates, who told the operator that she was ill and needed a police officer at her house. However, when the police officers arrived at Yates's house, they discovered something horrifying. Yates was seemingly well, but all her 5 children were laying dead in front of her. What was even more shocking was the fact that the children hadn't been murdered by anyone else, but their mother had taken their lives one by one. Why did Andrea Yates kill her children, and how did she do it? This is the case of Andrea Yates, who destroyed her perfectly happy family and shocked the entire nation with the reason why she did it. Andrea Yates was born to Andrew E.M.T. Kennedy and Judith Karen Clear, a German immigrant. A German immigrant is Andrea Pia Kennedy in Houston, Texas on June 2nd, 1964. She was the youngest of 5 children of Andrew and Judith. Andrea was a perfectionist, and it was quite evident when she graduated from Milby High School in 1982 as the class valedictorian, an officer in the National Honor Society, and captain of the school swim team after completing a 2-year pre-nursing program at the University of Houston and graduating from the University of Texas Health Science Center. Andrea worked as a registered nurse at the University of Texas MD Anderson Cancer Center from 1986 to 1994. In 1989, Andrea Kennedy met an engineer, Russell Yates. Both of them were 25 years old at the time. The two started seeing each other, and their love grew for one another over time. On April 17, 1993, nearly 4 years after seeing each other for the first time, Andrea Kennedy and Russell Yates got married. Both Andrea and Russell were devout Christians. Therefore, soon after marrying, they announced to their friends and families they would have as many children as God would allow. A part of this thought came from the teachings of a man named Mishweni, who mostly preached in colleges and told the female students that they would go to hell if they continued to study, because their life purpose was only to reproduce. Russell and Andrea even purchased a 4-bedroom house in Friendswood, Texas, to accommodate their soon-to-be big family. In February 1994, the couple welcomed their first child, a son, whom they named Noah. Shortly after Noah's birth, Russell accepted a job in Florida, and the family had to move to a small trailer in Seoul for some time in December. 1996, a second child, John, was born to Russell and Andrea before the birth of their 3rd child. In 1997, Paul, the Yates family, had to move back to Houston and were living in a GMC motorhome, despite being a bright student and a happy wife. Andrea had a problem. She was suffering from depression and bulimia. She even used to discuss the concept of suicide with her friends during her high school years. The symptoms of her depression disappeared for some time when she met Russell Yates and married him. But as time passed and Yates gave birth to the couple's 4th child, Luke's symptoms of her resurfaced. The first major episode happened on June 16, 1999, when Russell found Andrea shaking and chewing her fingers. But this was just the start. The next day, Andrea attempted to take her own life by overdosing on pills. Her condition got so critical that she had to be hospitalized, and the doctors put her on antidepressants, but the medication didn't prove her condition. And soon after she was released from the hospital, she made an unusual request to Russell. Andrea begged her husband that she should let her die and even held a knife to her neck while she made the request she had to be hospitalized once again. And this time, the doctors gave her several medications, including an antipsychotic drug called Hawal. The new medications immediately improved her condition, and she was prescribed Haldol when she was discharged from the hospital. After the incident, Russell Yates thought it might not be a good idea to live in a GMC motorhome anymore, so he moved the family into a house to help his wife recover. Initially, the change in the residence seemed to work, and Andrea's condition stabilized. However, this improvement proved to be temporary. When in July 1999, Andrea Yates suffered from a nervous breakdown. As a result, she attempted to commit suicide twice and had to undergo 2 psychiatric hospitalizations that summer after examining her. The doctors diagnosed her with postpartum psychosis. Seeing Andrea's condition, Dr. Eileen Starbranch, Andrea Yates' first psychiatrist, asked Russell Yates not to have any more children as it could worsen his wife's mental health. But just 7 weeks after Andrea was discharged from the hospital, the couple conceived their 5th child, Mary. As soon as she conceived, Andrea stopped taking Haldol to ensure a healthy pregnancy in March 2000, around the time Mary Yates was born. And for a year after, Andrea Yates' condition seemed to have improved greatly until her father died on March 12th. 2001, she couldn't control her psychotic tendencies afterwards, which resulted in her mutilating herself and stopping to feed Mary. Her condition was so bad that the family decided to immediately hospitalize her on April 1st, 2018, 2001, and she was released after treatment. Seeing his wife's unstable condition, Russell asked his mother to come live with them for a while to help with the kids a month after being admitted to the hospital. Andrea Yates once again started showing abnormal tendencies on May 3rd, 2001. She filled the bathtub in the middle of the day when her mother-in-law asked her about the reason why she was filling the bathtub. Andrea told her that she might have use for it. This vague answer was frightening and made the Yates family so concerned that Russell and his mother arranged for her to be hospitalized within the next 24 hours. When the incident was shared with her psychiatrist, her thought was an attempt to commit suicide by drowning herself. Andrea was released from the hospital after a few days but was just as disoriented as before, so her husband took her back to DEU hospital and told the doctors that Andrea was no longer responding to the medications. 45 days after she showed serious catatonic tendencies and 2 days after her last appointment with her doctor, Andrea Yates did something far worse than committing suicide after her husband left for work. Andrea Yates filled the bathtub with water, took her children to the bathtub one by one, and drowned them in an apparent attempt to save them from evil. Her son Noah even tried to resist, but she put his head back in the water until he was no longer breathing. As for the youngest of her children, Mary Andrea placed her in Luke's arms, thinking that this would also reunite the two in the next world, where the elder brother will be looking after his baby sister once all the kids had been drowned. Andrea Yates put their bodies under the blanket on the bed one by one as if they were resting on June 20th, 2001 at 9:48 a.m. Andrea made a 911 call and asked the operator to send an officer to her house. The operator, not sure about what had happened, tried to confirm the reason for Andrea's request by asking her if she was having a disturbance, feeling ill, or if there was another reason for calling 911. Andrea Yates told the operator that she was ill. The operator, following the normal protocol, asked Yates if she needed an ambulance to take her to the hospital. Yates replied by saying that she needed a police officer at her house. The operator once again tried to determine the exact problem Andrea Yates was having, but she told the operator that she just needed the police to come to her house. Andrea's tone and her responses made the operator think it might be a cause of domestic abuse, so she tried to confirm if Andrea's husband was at home, to which Yates said no. Officer Frank Stumpo of the Houston Police Department was assigned to Andrea Yates' call, and he started driving towards her house 8 ES minutes after calling 911 and asking for a police officer. Andrea Yates called her husband Russell Yates at 9:56 a.m. and asked him to come home. The sudden call from Andrea, who had a long history of depression, made Russell worried, so he immediately went home when Officer Frank reached Andrea Yates' house. His colleague officer, David, was already there and told him it was a homicide case upon entering the house. Officer Frank found Andrea Yates sitting on the couch in the living room while entering the bedroom. He expected to see the dead body of a man, but was shocked to see 4 kids lying dead under a blanket. He was still trying to comprehend exactly what happened when he entered the bathroom and was shocked to find a 5th child floating in the bathtub. Andrea Yates had drowned all 5 of her children in the bathtub. Russell Yates arrived at his home being sealed by the police. Although the officers present at the scene told him what had happened, he didn't allow them to go inside and look at the bodies. Andrea Yates was immediately taken into custody, and the investigators started finding reasons why a mother would kill 5 of her children, including a 6-month-old baby. As her interviews began with the police, Andrea Yates never denied that she killed her children. She even told the investigating officers that the reason why she filled the bathtub with water was because she wanted to drown her children. When the medical experts visited Andrea in the facility where she was being detained and interacted with her, they discovered that before the incident, Andrea had heard the TV talking to her. One of Andrea's religious beliefs was that the number 666 had been branded into her scalp, and since the number was Antichrist, it made Andrea think that she was a bad mother on the medical front. One of the experts was able to identify Andrea Yates' condition as kekkodemonomania, a belief that one is possessed by a demon. It was a rare condition that happened in people with religious delusions. Andrea loved her children, but the supposed message she was getting from the TV and her religion was that she was Satan, a bad person. Yates' psychotic tendencies soon tied with her religious beliefs, and there was no coming back after that. Some of Andrea's beliefs were also influenced by Michael Wen's writings, the preacher the Yates once followed as her condition worsened. Andrea started believing that one of her sons would become a serial killer and that the other one was going to be a homosexual prostitute. Similarly, she believed that the other 3 children were also going to end up as bad people and would go to hell for their sin. When the investigators asked Andrea if she believed she was possessed by a devil or Satan, she said she was possessed by Satan, who was giving her directions to harm the children. As soon as the news of the 5 kids being found dead in a house was out, it spread like wildfire, and one name that was on everyone's lips was Andrea Yates. People were increasingly interested in knowing about one particular topic, postpartum psychosis. As for her lawyer, George Parnham, he knew that the only way Andrea was going to survive the trial was to plead not guilty by reason of insanity. Meanwhile, the public outrage was growing as the trial progressed and new details about the case emerged. People unaware of the effects of mental illness were harsh towards Andrea Yates, whereas the mental health experts were worried that Yates might be prosecuted despite a legitimate mental illness issue. Andrea Yates' actions were incomprehensible for everyone aware of the case, but it was yet to be established whether or not she was mentally insane. There was no legal definition of mental insanity at the time, which meant the jurors had to use the everyday meaning of the term to decide Andrea's fate. As for the public reaction, Andrea Yates wasn't the only one being criticized for her actions. People were irked by her husband, Russell. Yates' reaction to the murders, too. The reason was that Russell Yates was defending his wife in the media and telling people that Andrea wasn't herself when she killed their children and was motivated by her mental illness. He also frequently said that Andrea was a loving and caring mother and didn't deserve to be punished for the horrific crime she had committed. The public turned furious against Russell Yates, especially after the funeral of the kids, which happened 1 week after the murders. The reason for that public anger was that he didn't show the emotions a grieving father would normally show in the case of the death of his 5 children. Some people in the community even believed that he was also involved in the killings with his wife before her trial began. Andrea Yates was placed in the jail's medical facility and was treated for psychosis on the 22nd of September 2001. 3 months after the incident, she was deemed fit to be tried for killing her children. As for Andrea Yates' trial, the state of Texas was going to try the case to the full extent of the law, and it was very clear from the opening statement that the prosecutors, who sought nothing less than the death penalty for murdering her 5 children, the prosecution also wanted to prove that Russell Yates was complicit in the incident because he had made his family live in a bus and put his children through homeschooling, which made Andrea's condition worse. In February 2002, Andrea Yates' trial began when it came to Andrea Yates and her defense. She pleaded not guilty. The reason her defense gave for pleading not guilty was insanity. While only a small number of people were excused from committing a crime because of their severe mental illness, the defense thought it had a case to make by proving that Andrea Yates was also one of those people who at times didn't have any control over their thoughts or actions. Different prominent psychiatrists were brought in both by the prosecution and the defense to testify their arguments. Favor and make their case strong, Dr. Park Dietz testified from prosecution, and Dr. Philly Resnick was brought in by the defense. The experts agreed on several points, including the fact that Andrea Yates drowned her children under the influence of a number of different mental diseases. Dr. Dietz and Dr. Resnick also agreed that Andrea believed that what she was doing while killing her children was in their best interest. The experts also thought that Andrea was well aware that drowning her children was against the law. The only difference between the testimonies of Dr. Resnick and Dr. Dietz was that despite knowing she was doing a criminal act, she decided to proceed with it because she thought it was the right thing to do, especially for her children. Dr. Dietz also talked about where Andrea got inspiration for her actions. According to Dr. Dietz, in the week of the incident, Andrea watched an episode of the Law & Order show in which a woman frees her herself from her responsibilities by drowning her children. Not only this, the woman gets away with the murder. Dietz told the court that Andrea might also have thought that she would get away with killing her children. The prosecution argued that there was a method to Andrea's act, and it wasn't all madness. The crux of Dr. Dietz's testimony was that what Andrea did was not just against the law, it was against society and against God. As well, during the trial, Andrea Yates's doctor, Dr. S., was also repeatedly mentioned by Russell Yates and his family. According to the Yates family, Dr. S. played a part in the tragedy by improperly prescribing her a combination of antidepressants. A few days before the tragic incident happened, the trial went on for 3 weeks, and at the end of it, the jury deliberated for nearly 4 hours before coming out with their verdict on March 15, 2002. Andrea Yates was found guilty of murdering her 5 children, despite Dr. Resnick's testimony that Andrea Yates was psychotic. Texas law required that defendant have to prove that they could differentiate between right and wrong in order to be executed under the insanity defense when it came to the punishment. The jury rejected the prosecution's request for the death penalty and sentenced Andrea Yates to life in prison with the possibility of parole in 40 years. Andrea was sent to Mount View Unit in Gatesville, Texas, which was a psychiatric prison for criminally insane convicts 2 years after her conviction in August 2004. Andrea Yates' husband, Russell Yates, officially filed for divorce, saying that he and his wife hadn't lived together as a happy couple since Andrea murdered their 5 children. The family court granted his request for divorce in March 2005, and Russell Yates married another woman named Laura Arnold in 2006. Soon after the verdict in Andrea Yates' case was announced and the public became aware of it, the word quickly started spreading that the Law & Order episode that Dr. Dietz mentioned in his testimony did not even exist. Andrea's lawyers quickly started searching for the episode Dr. Dietz had referred to but couldn't find any. This meant the defense had gotten a lifeline and could now ask for a retrial based on the discovery. Susan O'Malley, a journalist and an author, had been covering Andrea Yates' trial for NBC News, the New York Times Magazine, and the Oprah Magazine. She had previously written for Law & Order, the show Dr. Dietz had mentioned in his testimony, and also reported that no such episode of the show existed. George Parr had a meeting with Law & Order's creator, Dick Wolf, who told him that no episode of such sort had been aired on the show, and neither had it ever been planned. Parham filed for a mistrial, but to his surprise, the motion was denied, so the defense started preparing for the appeal and reversal of the verdict, and at the center of this motion was Dr. Park Dietz's questionable testimony. When Dr. Dietz was confronted by George Parham about his mention of the Law & Order show, he told him that it was an honest mistake he had made while testifying. George Parham highlighted 19 points in his request for a retrial, and based on Dr. Dietz's arid testimony, Andrea Yates was given another chance to have her case heard in the new trial. The defense didn't request a reduction in Andrea's sentence, but rather filed for an outright dismissal of all the charges against her. and argued it would be double jeopardy if Andrea Yates were to go through a second trial 3.5 years after the original conviction in January 2005. The Texas Court of Appeals issued an opinion that double jeopardy did not apply to Andrea Yates's case. The Texas Court of Appeals also announced that despite this, a new trial would be granted to Andrea Yates because Dr. Dietz had admitted to giving false testimony during the initial trial on January 9, 2006. Another plea of not guilty by reason of insanity was entered by Andrea Yates, who requested the court to be released on bail in light of the appellate court's ruling. Andrea Yates's conviction was overturned and she was released on bail on February 1, 2006 in light of the bail conditions. Andrea's attorney had her moved from the Mount View unit to Rusk State Hospital so she could be treated there while awaiting her second trial. Meanwhile, the defense prepared for the trial and had another important task at hand: educate the public about what exactly happened and how Andrea Yates wasn't the monster like the general perception was about her. Andrea's lawyers during the media interviews told people that there were 6 victims in the case. 5 were the children and 1 was Andrea herself, because she didn't have any control over herself, as her mental condition had worsened by the time the unfortunate incident happened. 5 years after the tragedy in June 2006, Andrea Yates's second trial began, and the defense focused on 2 points: mental health and wrongfulness. By this point, public opinion had also become neutral about the case. When the trial concluded in 2006, the jury deliberated for 3 days before coming to their final decision. It was one of the few trials when jurors asked for the pictures of the children murdered by Andrea and observed a 2-minute silence for each of the 5 victims, with some jurors even crying while seeing the pictures. All eyes were on the court and jury for the verdict in the retrial after 5 years. 1 month and 6 days, the jury, after 13 hours of deliberation, found Andrea Yates not guilty by reason of insanity. Andrea Yates's husband was happy after the verdict and told the media that the court had finally given a verdict that his wife deserved. Considering her disturbed mental condition, according to the court's verdict, Andrea Yates was placed under the jurisdiction of the Department of State Health Services and was moved to the Vernon campus of the North Texas State Hospital. She was moved to the Kernville State Hospital, a low-security mental facility where she currently resides. As for her release, there's no specific schedule for that, and she might have to spend the rest of her life in a hospital story. Touche Cooper was a dedicated mother to her son Jackson, whom she shared custody with her ex-husband Jim Cooper. She separated from Jim in 2013, marking a new chapter in her life. After her divorce, Shawnee was ready to start dating again. However, she noticed that the world of dating had changed significantly since she last ventured into it. Online, dating had become the popular way to meet people. Determined to embrace this new way of finding love, Shay created a Match.com account. As Shawnee navigated through various profiles on the site, she connected with several men. However, none of them stood out quite like David Tronis. David, like Shawnee, had recently ended a years-long marriage and was ready for something new and fun. Their connection grew stronger as they exchanged phone calls, text messages, and emails. After months of getting to know each other, David made the bold move to Orlando, Florida to be closer to Shati. Their bond had blossomed into something deeper, and they could not resist being physically together. Shaw's love for her son never wavered, and she ensured that her dating life with David was consistent with her parental responsibilities. She prioritized her son's well-being and ensured that everyone involved understood the importance of maintaining a healthy family dynamic. In 2015, Shawnee and David moved to Delaney Park, an upscale suburb near downtown Orlando. Delaney Park is a beautiful and family-friendly neighborhood known for its affluent community. Delaney Park offers its residents a top-notch lifestyle. The neighborhood boasts an excellent school system, providing quality education to its students with its well-maintained landscaping and proximity to various amenities. Delaney Park is desirable for families seeking a comfortable and safe environment. David purchased a home in Delaney Park for $600,000 in cash and placed it in a trust for him and his mother. The home David purchased for him and Shawnee was 4,000 square feet with a pool, a garage, and an apartment above it. This spacious property provided them with comfortable living in space and ample amenities. Shanti and David were excited to move into their new house and embrace a new chapter in their lives. However, upon closer inspection, they realized that certain aspects of the home didn't quite align with their vision of the future, despite their love for their new home. The upstairs bedrooms were cramped and lacked functionality. Faced with this challenge, David and Shawnee embarked on a renovation project that would completely transform their house into a dream home, driven by her passion for design and home improvement. Shawnee agreed to foot the bill for the project to execute their vision. David and Shawnee hired a team of skilled contractors who effectively dismantled their entire house. This step was necessary in order to reconstruct the upstairs bedrooms and create a layout suitable for their plans as the work on the house progressed. The bedrooms were temporarily out of order. Shawnee decided to reside in the apartment above the garage, which allowed her to continue her daily routine without disruption and provided her with a dedicated workspace. Meanwhile, David found himself in a makeshift dwelling in the garage, spending quality time with their dogs. David's obsession with restoring his home grew exponentially. It became more than just a project. It became an integral part of his life. Every waking moment was spent overseeing the work, making necessary adjustments and ensuring every detail was meticulously planned and executed. His entire world revolved around the restoration process, and the home started to take on a life of its own. In 2018, 3 years after the commencement of the renovation project, little to no progress was made. The entire inside of the home had been gutted, leaving nothing but a shell of a building, desperate to find a solution. David turned to a local home renovator who had a hit reality television series on A&E, Zombie House Flippers. Zombie House Flippers is a television series that follows a group of real estate investors who purchase and renovate dilapidated homes. The series producer approached David and Shawnee's home in Delaney Park to determine if it would be suitable for the upcoming season. Amidst the turmoil surrounding their home renovations, the couple tied the knot in 2017, a decision that surprised many of their friends and family. Shanti, known for her private nature, had managed to keep the marriage a secret, even from her close grandmother, who she was especially close to. This decision was not particularly surprising to those who knew Shanti, as she was known for her discretion when it came to her personal life. By mid-April 2018, Zombie House Flippers had made plans to start filming at David and Sean's home in May. However, the producer encountered difficulties getting David and Shawnee to sit down to discuss how the show would go. The producer noticed a distinct difference between David's enthusiasm and Shanti's apparent lack of commitment. While David was primarily interested in the flipping series, Shawnee seemed to be going along with it, merely to humor her husband. The tension between David and Shanti regarding their home was palpable. Shanti had invested significant money in the renovations, and her name wasn't even on the trust that owned the house. Despite David's promise to add Shawnee to the trust, he failed to follow through on this commitment, which caused further strain in their relationship by the end of April. 2018, things seemed to be coming together for David and Shanti. However, at 3:51 p.m. on April the 24th, 2018, David called 911 in hysterics, explaining that he found his wife Shanti in the bathtub and she was not breathing during the phone call with the 911 dispatcher. David's screams could be heard in the background as he frantically tried to explain the situation. When police arrived at David and Sean's home, they found Shay deceased in the bathtub, declared a crime scene. The area was immediately secured and the investigation began. Meanwhile, David was transported to the police department for questioning. David told the investigators that the morning started like any other. According to David, Shawnee woke up between 7 and 7:30 a.m. At around 9:30 a.m., he went for a 1-hour walk, leaving his wife home. Upon returning from the walk, David claimed that he had taken measurements for the renovations. After completing the measurements, David stated that he left again around noon to take his and Sean's dogs to Park of Americas, an off-leash dog park near the Orlando Executive Airport. David claimed he often went there to let the dogs play and enjoy the open space. He said before he left the house he didn't speak to Shanti and assumed she was in the garage apartment. Relaxing, David told the detectives that when he returned home from the dog park, he immediately went outside and started doing chores in the yard. He spent approximately 30 minutes taking care of various tasks before he decided to head inside upon entering his home. He heard the sound of water coming from inside the bathroom, which caught his attention, and he decided to investigate further as he approached the bathroom. David claimed that the door was slightly ajar. He pushed it open and discovered a shocking sight. Shanti, his wife, lay unconscious in the bathtub, her body submerged halfway in the water. David claimed panic overcame him and he immediately called 911 to report the incident during the interview. David described how Shawnee had been excited about their future and the vision they had for their home. They had been looking forward to a bright future together, although David appeared upset and his story about finding his wife in the tub seemed plausible. The detective interviewing him harbored suspicions. The discrepancies in David's account raised red flags when the police officers arrived at the Delaney Park home after David called 911. They observed that there was no wet substances in the bathroom, which would be expected if David had genuinely attempted to rescue his wife from a half-filled bathtub. This detail called into question the validity of David's story. Furthermore, the severity of Shanti's injuries did not align with David's account of her falling into the tub. When Sean's body was moved at the crime scene, it was evident that she was covered in blood and bruises which could not have been caused by a simple fall. An autopsy later revealed that Sean's cause of death was blunt force trauma and strangulation, and her manner of death was ruled a homicide. These inconsistencies prompted the detective to confront David. Regarding the discrepancies in his story, the detective asked David about blood that investigators found on Sean's bed, and David said that was from her menstrual cycle. However, the amount of blood found did not make sense. Raising further suspicions, the detectives threw out different theories as to what could have happened to motivate David to kill Shawnee and get a reaction from David. The detective asked David if the state of the couple's home renovation had anything to do with Sean's death. But David said no. Then the detective asked David if Sean was angry with him since she was not on the trust for the home. And again, David said Shawnee never had an issue with that. The detective suspected that Shawnee's death may have been motivated by her life insurance policy. Her policy had a payout of $250,000 to her husband David, which raised suspicions during the interview. The detectives asked David if her death was an accident that occurred during rough intercourse. However, he denied having any involvement in harming Shanti. Despite DVAD's denial, the detectives felt that there was sufficient evidence to suggest David's involvement in Sean's murder. They believed that he had faked crying on the 911 call, and during the interview, the detective suspected that David had staged an emotional response to throw off suspicion, but before David left the police department, he agreed to take a polygraph test. However, it was late at night, and the detectives were unable to locate a polygrapher to administer the test immediately. As a result, David was released and allowed to return home. Before leaving, David provided his DNA nail clippings and fingerprints to the detectives for examination and comparison to any evidence found at the crime scene. The detectives hoped that these samples would help them gather more evidence and establish a link between David and Shanti's murder. Investigators who examined the crime scene at David and Sean's home noted that Shawnee had one earring on and one off on her nightstand. Additionally, Shawnee's watch was off on the nightstand at the time of her murder. These findings were significant to the detectives as they suggested that Shawnee may have been in the process of getting ready for bed when the murder took place. Furthermore, Shanti's cell phone was found on her nightstand. However, the investigators noted that there was no activity on it after 11:30 p.m. on April the 23rd, 2018. The medical examiner report revealed that Shawnee did not have any defensive wounds, which led the detectives to believe that she was unaware of the impending attack. The detective theorized that Shawnee was sitting on the end of her bed removing her jewelry when David attacked her from behind. They felt this assault resulted in Sean's death, and David moved her body into the bathtub. Another significant finding was that nothing appeared missing from the home, so the detectives ruled out robbery as a motive. However, one item that seemed to be missing was Shanti's $15,000 engagement ring. As the detectives conducted their investigation, they soon discovered that David's portrayal of his and Shaw's happy marriage did not align with the perception of others who knew Shanti. According to these individuals, David had a habit of hiding her son Jackson's toys and returning them when Jackson inquired about them. The detectives believed that David was employing these tactics to play psychological games with Shanti and her son during their search of the garage where David was sleeping. Investigators stumbled upon an unplugged refrigerator filled with children's toys. This discovery further solidified the detectives' theory that David was engaging in manipulative behavior by hiding Jackson's toys and returning them intermittently. David attempted to control Shanti and her son's emotions after the detectives served a search warrant on Shanti and David's Delaney Park home. They confiscated the couple's computers. They found notes on Shanti's computer that shed light on her discontent with her marriage with David. In these notes, Shanti referred to David as cheap, controlling, and narcissistic whenever they went out to eat. Shanti wrote, David never paid, and on occasion when he did offer, he always had an excuse, claiming he forgot his wallet. Shanti expressed feeling sad and lonely, afraid, and no longer wanting to be part of the life that they built together. She stated that her mental unhappiness was a result of her poor interactions with her husband, David. Further, these notes highlighted the fact that Shanti was under a significant amount of stress living in a home under construction. As the detectives continued to investigate the murder of Shanti, they discovered important that linked David to her death. It was revealed that Shanti had been hospitalized for 3 days. In the months before her body was found, the detectives were also informed that Shanti had expressed concerns about her eating habits and mentioned to her nanny that she could no longer consume spicy foods or drink alcohol. Additionally, Shanti had started losing weight rapidly, which raised suspicion amongst the detectives. The detectives were puzzled by the absence of any toxic substance found in Sean's body during the toxicology tests conducted during her autopsy. Despite the lack of evidence, they began to suspect that David may have been poisoning Shanti. However, they were unsure what substance could have been responsible, as the test did not reveal anything further. Investigation revealed that David had previously been married before he married Shanti. The detectives were curious about the details of his previous marriage and decided to explore it further. They discovered that David's first wife, Carol, faced similar health issues as Shanti. David had met Carol on a blind day in 1997, and the couple hit it off immediately. 2 years later, they got married. The detectives began to wonder if there was anything similar between Carol's health issues and Sean's sudden decline in health. Shortly after the couple wed, Carol began to experience a series of health issues that left her feeling constantly nauseous, fainting at times, and experiencing severe reactions when consuming spicy food and drinks, particularly alcohol. Her former close friends expressed suspicion to detectives that David may have started poisoning her after their marriage. Wanting to delve deeper into David's background, the detectives flew to Minnesota in November 2018 from Florida to interview Carol in person. During the recorded conversation with Carol, she recounted her ongoing struggles with chronic pain and immune system issues that she said were not definitively diagnosed. Carol emphasized the importance of understanding her background in order to grasp the significance of her health issues. She stated that he was responsible for cooking their meals during her marriage to David. The detectives questioned Carol about the possibility of David's involvement in her health issues. They considered it to be too much of a coincidence that both David's wives had exhibited similar health issues. However, Carol adamantly denied any notion that her former husband had intentionally poisoned her. She insisted that her health issues persisted even after their separation. During the investigation into Shawnee's homicide, detectives received a phone call from an employer of Club Orlando, a private men's spa. The club offered various amenities such as hot tubs, pools, a gym, and dark rooms where individuals could engage in sexual activity to become a member. Individuals had to purchase a pass or membership. The employees speaking to the detectives revealed that Donald Trones had several memberships at Club Orlando. They stated that David consistently renewed his membership every 6 months. Without fail, this employee claimed to have seen David engaging in sexual acts with other males. When detectives spoke to Sean's acquaintances, they all expressed that Shawnee would never condone or tolerate her husband engaging in same-sex relationships. This evidence raised the question of whether Shawnee had discovered that David had been engaging in such relationships and threatened to leave him and stop funding their home renovations. The detectives considered the possibility that Shanti's anger or frustration could have escalated. Leading to her murder. As they continued their investigation, the detectives carefully examined all evidence, including the information provided by the employee of Club Orlando. They sought to determine if the spa membership and alleged sexual activity could give any insights into the circumstances surrounding Sean's death. When the forensic test results came back from the state crime lab, it was determined that Shanti's DNA had been found underneath David's fingernails, and his prints were the only prints discovered in the bathtub. This evidence contradicted David's version of events, as he claimed that Shanti accidentally fell while stepping into the tub. The detectives, however, had expected to find her prints there as well, but they were not present on August 29, 2018. David was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. David was held without bond. News of David's arrest shocked his friends, who could not believe that he was responsible for Shanti's murder. They thought the police were looking for an easy way to close the case and were not taking the necessary steps to ensure that the right person was held accountable for the crime. Yet the detectives conducted a thorough investigation, following up on every tip they received regarding Sean's murder. Before they arrested David, one of the leads they pursued involved a homeless man in Delaney Park who resembled Academy Award-nominated actor Woody Harrelson. The detectives tracked this man down and interviewed him, ultimately clearing him of suspicion. In addition to following the tip, the detectives knew it was important to check out her ex-husband Jim Cooper as a potential suspect. Shanti and Jim had gone through a tumultuous divorce, raising questions about whether things may have escalated to the point where Jim murdered Shy. The detectives interviewed Jim and eliminated him as a suspect due to his alibi. After David's arrest, a search warrant was served at his mother's home in Orlando, where he had been staying. Inside the suitcase, the detectives discovered Sean's missing engagement ring, which had disappeared the night she was murdered. This evidence further strengthened their case and confirmed their suspicion that David was the perpetrator. In July 2019, a jailhouse informant provided detectives with crucial information regarding a confession made by David, stating that Shanti had discovered text messages on David's phone revealing his sexual relationships with multiple men. This revelation sparked a heated argument between Shanti and David, with Shanti erupting into fury and cursing, threatening to tell everyone and demanding a divorce. According to the information provided, David allegedly admitted to having blacked out before striking Shanti, ultimately resulting in her death. Furthermore, the informant revealed that they had known David before their incarceration, having seen him around Club Orlando. The inmate also shared that David mentioned Cambo, a poisonous secretion from an Amazonian giant monkey frog used in controversial treatments. This inmate claimed that David had confided in them that this substance could be used as a poison that would kill someone without leaving any evidence on a toxicology report. David's trial was delayed because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Like countless others in the country, David's legal proceedings were put on hold due to the ongoing health crisis. The pandemic disrupted the normal course of justice, creating significant delays in various cases, including David's. In 2022, after nearly 2 years of delay, David's trial finally commenced. However, the outcome was unexpected. David was found incompetent to stand trial after the defense and the prosecution's medical experts examined him. The experts conducted a thorough evaluation to determine David's mental competency to stand trial. Based on the review, they came to the conclusion that he had an ongoing manifestation of schizophrenia after a 6-day trial in October 2023. David was found guilty by a jury and was sentenced to life in prison. Story 3. In the desolate countryside of Iowa, a chilling tale of murder unfolded. A once promising farmer, Todd Mulls, found himself at the center of a chilling crime. The Red Barn, once a place of tranquility, now held the darkest secrets. As the story developed, the detectives discovered a web of secrets, lies, and a twisted mind. Todd, a meticulous planner, carefully plotted his wife's demise, using the unassuming corn rake as his silent accomplice. 38-year-old Amy Meniels was a vibrant woman and a former nurse who cherished her role as a mother to her 3 children. She was married to Todd Meals, the owner of a successful hog farm in the area, known among residents of Delaware County, Iowa, as a hard worker. Todd was known for his dedication and commitment to his family and farm as a hog farmer. Amy demonstrated a deep passion for agriculture. Farming was her true calling. Amy took great pride in her farming skills and was committed to the well-being of her animals. She derived immense joy from seeing her farm thrive. Amy also had a fondness for fishing and camping. Spending time outdoors was one of her greatest passions, and Amy cherished every moment she spent in nature. Her love for the outdoors extended to her garden, where Amy spent hours tending to her plants. She loved nothing more than creating a thriving ecosystem in her backyard, coming from the Midwest College. Sports held a special place in Amy's heart. She was a dedicated fan of the University of Iowa Hawkeyes. Cheering on her favorite teams with passion and enthusiasm, her love for athletics extended. Beyond football and basketball, she closely followed all the sports played at the college. Despite her tomboyish demeanor, Amy had a unique creative side. One of her many passions was designing and making t-shirts, whether she designed t-shirts for herself, her friends, and her family, or created custom designs for clients. Amy's creativity shone through in each unique t-shirt she crafted. November 10th, 2018 was a chilly day on the Mess Hog Farm, and it should have been just like any other day. However, this day took a tragic turn when Todd Mells called 911 as he raced his truck to the hospital with his injured wife, Amy, in the back of the evidence to hold Todd. The detectives ended the interview with him still a free man. When the detectives questioned Amy and Todd Mall's neighbors, they learned that Todd could sometimes be inhumane to the animals on his farm. These incidents would occur in front of the raising concerns about Todd's behavior. One of the neighbors described Todd as scary, which added to the detectives' suspicions. Further investigation revealed that many people who had been close to Todd in the past had cut him out of their lives. The detectives discovered that 5 years after Amy's first affair, the couple sought counseling in an attempt to fix their marriage. Amy quit her job at the hospital where she was a nurse. According to Todd, he claimed she did this to spend more time with him and their children. However, Amy's friends have a different story to tell. They claim that the couple made a deal, under the terms of which Amy agreed to stop working outside of the home. Todd told her that she needed to remain on the farm with him where he could keep a watch on her. Todd's reason for monitoring Amy's every move stems from his mistrust of her. He believed that Amy betrayed their trust in their marriage, compelling him to surveil her constantly, according to those who knew Amy and Todd. Todd never truly trusted Amy again. This lack of trust created a suffocating environment for Amy, who began feeling trapped within the confines of her own home. Amy confided in her friends that Todd had an approved friend list for her, and he timed her exits and returns to ensure she didn't have any stops in between. Amy expressed to her confidence that she felt like a captive in her marriage, unable to break free from her husband's control. Although Todd claimed to have an alibi, the detectives were skeptical of his story. Todd and his son Tristan maintained that Todd had been 100 yards away from Amy at the time of the murder. However, the detectives were concerned about the strong bond between Todd and his son, fearing that Todd could potentially coach his children in a way that benefited his case. Compounding their concerns, the detectives discovered security cameras around the farm. However, none of the cameras were functioning during the time of Amy's murder. This info raised suspicions as the recordings resumed functioning shortly after the incident. Todd continued to maintain that Amy's death in the barn was a freak accident. He claimed that she had an operation several days earlier which left her unsteady on her feet, and that she could have tripped or gotten dizzy, leading her to fall on the corn rake. Despite Todd's claims of innocence, the detectives continued to investigate and gather evidence, focusing on any potential links between Todd and Amy's death. The detectives eventually discovered crucial evidence on electronic devices seized from Amy and Todd's home. They found a series of disturbing searches through their access to Todd's iPad. Todd's iPad revealed Google searches for topics such as what did the Aztecs do with cheating spouses, placement of the organs in the body, 16 facts about cheating women, once a cheater, always a cheater did, ancient cultures kill adulterers, thrill of the kill, killing unfaithful women and punishment, his 18 months for killing a cheating wife. These searches raised suspicions and cast doubt on Todd's claim that Amy's death was purely accidental. The content of the searches, particularly those related to cheating spouses and murder, suggested a sinister motive behind Amy's death. Further, the detectives found the timing of these search engine results suspicious, as they started when Amy started her affair with Jerry. With those incriminating Google searches, the detectives made their way to Todd Mollis' farm upon entering the barn. They located Todd inside. The detective asked him to step outside where they could talk. Once Todd complied, the detective informed him that they had an arrest warrant for him on charges of first-degree murder in relation to Amy's death. Todd was arrested in custody, where he pled not guilty and was subsequently held behind bars until his trial in 2019 during his time in prison. Todd gained a surprising amount of support and followers. A large portion of his supporters were women who formed a Facebook group dedicated to sharing their thoughts and promoting his innocence. The group became a platform where members discussed Todd's situation, voicing their belief in his innocence and advocating for his release as Todd's trial unfolded. The courtroom was packed with his and Amy's loved ones. The gallery was divided with Todd's family and friends sitting on one side of the courtroom and Amy's loved ones on the other. There was a palpable tension in the air that could be cut with a knife as the emotions ran high on both sides. In his opening statements, Todd's defense attorneys put forth the argument that he was a dedicated husband and father, while claiming that Amy had been engaging in a sexual affair with Jerry Frazier behind Todd's back. The defense team came prepared with a surprise, abruptly changing their position and stating that Amy did not die accidentally but was murdered with a corn rake in the barn. However, they maintained that it was not Todd who killed her. The defense argued that Todd's initial statement that Amy died by accidentally falling on the corn rake was an honest mistake. They contended that Todd had misunderstood the situation, believing it to be an accident. On the other hand, the prosecution had to prove beyond reasonable doubt that Amy's affair with Jerry Frazier, her intention to divorce Todd, take the kids, and half the farm was the motive behind Todd murdering her friends. Amy testified on behalf of the prosecution, alleging that Amy had been constantly upset and crying about her marriage with Todd. These friends revealed that Amy had confided in him that Todd had told her that the farm had been in his family since he was 11 years old, and that he would not give even an acre up to her if she was to divorce him. This revelation painted a chilling picture of Todd's possessive and controlling behavior, leaving Amy's friends concerned about her safety. One friend who had witnessed Amy's distress was particularly worried. She told Amy that she feared Todd was going to kill her. This friend knew that Todd was not the type of person who could be messed with, and she had a genuine concern for Amy. Unfortunately, her fears proved to be prophetic. One of the key witnesses in Todd's trial was Jerry Frazier. Amy's lover, Jerry, took the stand and confirmed his alibi, providing proof to the jury that he had no opportunity to murder Amy. Jerry told the jury that he and Amy met regularly, perhaps more than once per week, for clandestine rendezvous. These meetings took place in secret locations, primarily on their farms or along back roads. Sometimes they utilized motels as meeting places. Jerry revealed to the jury that Amy had confided in him that if Todd were to find out about their affair, he would make Amy disappear. That confession shed light on the intensity of Todd's jealousy and his anger towards Amy. They painted a picture of a violent and dangerous relationship where Amy feared for her life if her secrets were exposed. Tristan, Amy, and Todd's oldest son and Todd's alibi testified from a remote location via the internet. On the day Amy died in 2018, Tristan had maintained that he was with his father, Todd, the entire time in the barn, located 100 yards away from the crime scene. However, when Tristan testified in 2019 during Todd's trial, his story changed. Instead of asserting that his father was with him the entire day, Tristan claimed that he had gone inside the house to get water while Todd remained alone in the barn. This revision in his testimony presented a significant blow to the defense, as it provided Todd with some time to walk to the red shed where Amy was working, kill her with the corn rake, and return to the bar 100 yards away, all before Tristan arrived back from getting water to try and bolster his defense. Todd decided to testify, although defense attorneys usually advise against that. Todd believed that by directly telling his story to the jury, he would be able to communicate his innocence more effectively. He argued that his son Tristan was only out of the barn for a matter of seconds. During that time, he remained in the barn working and never left the prosecutor, however, was not convinced by Todd's test. During cross-examination, the prosecutor brought up the suspicious Google searches that investigators had recovered from Todd's iPad. These searches suggested Todd's interest in obtaining information about infidelity. Todd denied doing those searches and claimed he had no idea how they ended up on his device. However, Todd's denial did not deter the prosecutor, who had access to additional evidence. The state attorney received a phone call from someone who had watched the trial at home on court TV. This person claimed to have analyzed Todd's 911 call to the dispatcher and felt they had detected whispering under Todd's breath as he performed CPR on Amy. According to the caller, they had heard Todd saying cheating and go to hell cheating, Ike. During the call, this information surprised everyone involved in the case. If the caller's claim were true, it could have significant implications for Todd's defense. The prosecutor would now have to consider this new evidence and its potential impact on the case. The prosecution confronted Todd with the alleged whispers on the 911 call and asked him about it, but Todd claimed he did not remember what he was whispering under his breath during that time. Despite Todd's denial, the prosecution was certain that he was uttering those awful things to Amy as she was dying. Their reasoning was based on the belief that Todd, the person who murdered Amy, was furious with her for cheating on him with Jerry Frazier at the end of the trial. The jury found Todd guilty, according to the jurors who spoke 48 hours after the trial. During deliberations, they explored various scenarios in an attempt to make sense of Todd MS's peculiar behavior on the day Amy died. However, they were unable to establish a plausible explanation for his actions. One perplexing aspect was Todd's decision to remove the corn rake from Amy's back. This action raised doubt about his motives and intentions. The jurors could not understand why he would remove the rake picker up, place her in his pickup truck, and then drive her to the hospital before calling 911. It seemed to the jurors that Todd's actions were driven by a desire to quickly remove Amy from the farm and take her away from the crime scene. Furthermore, the jurors believed Todd did not do himself any favors. When he testified in his defense, they found him cold and detached, displaying little emotions even when discussing his deceased wife and children. This lack of emotional connection further fueled speculation about his guilt. What sealed Todd's fate with a guilty verdict for murdering his wife? Amy was the incriminating internet searches he made. According to the jurors, these search results were pivotal in proving that Todd's actions were premeditated and driven by a desire to carry out a cold-blooded murder. The jurors believed that Todd's internet searches, which delved into disturbing information regarding cheating spouses and killing, were significant evidence against him. These searches, according to the jurors, painted a picture of a calculated and deliberate attempt to gain information about murder rather than a crime of passion. Where Todd was overcome with jealousy during a fight with Amy regarding her affair with Jerry Frazier, Todd's sentencing hearing was delayed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. During this period, Todd hired a new defense attorney who filed a motion seeking to dismiss the conviction based on prosecutorial misconduct. However, the judge dismissed this motion, and Todd was subsequently sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole in 2023. Todd Mells filed a petition for a R trial, arguing that the material facts had not been presented or heard during the original trial, which necessitated a reversal of his conviction. Todd asserted that his trial counsel had failed to follow the defense strategy he had requested, and he wanted to present the argument that Amy's death was accidental rather than a murder. However, his defense attorney instead pursued the theory that Amy's death was a homicide. The Todd Mollis case is a chilling and tragic tale of love betrayal and ultimately murder. Todd's were driven by jealousy and a desire to control his wife. He constantly monitored her every move. Seeking out any perceived signs of infidelity, testimony from Amy's friends and family painted a disturbing picture of Todd's erratic behavior and violent tendencies. In conclusion, Amy Mollis' murder serves as a compelling reminder of the darkness that can lurk behind closed doors. The dedication and determination of law enforcement, coupled with the power of evidence, allowed justice to be served. Story 4, Megan Viz was born and raised in Pittsburgh in a solid, loving family. Her parents were married for over 30 years, and Megan wanted a love like theirs one day. When Megan was in her 20s, she married, but unfortunately, she and her husband drifted apart, and divorce. This experience left Megan disillusioned and unwilling to embark on a new relationship. However, fate had a different plan for her. In the winter of 2014, Leon checked into a hotel downtown Pittsburgh where Megan worked as a manager. Initially, she was not impressed by Lyon's arrogance and apparent disregard for others. However, Lon's charm and persuasive tactics eventually wore down Megan's defenses against her better judgment. Megan decided to give Leon a chance. They started dating. Leon showered Megan with attention and affection, and she found herself falling for him from an affluent and wealthy family. Leon attended an elite boarding school as a boy and teenager. He later became a transplant surgeon and achieved great success in his career. Like Megan, Leon faced challenges in his love life, as he was in the midst of a divorce when they first met in 2014. However, as Megan and Leon's relationship progressed, their connection deepened, and they discovered mutual attraction. Lon made Megan believe that she deserved the best that life had to offer. Eventually, Leon made the decision to move back to his hometown of Houston and asked Megan if she would be willing to accompany him, although she loved her life in Pittsburgh. Megan was ready for this change and eager to take the next step in her relationship with Lon. Upon her arrival in Houston, Megan began looking for a job and found it working as a sales agent in a local hotel. The experience allowed her to explore a new city and develop her independence. Megan rented an apartment in Houston after she and Leon relocated there. Leon moved in with her, and shortly after they opened a joint bank account. This step was significant for Megan. It made her feel their relationship was moving quickly. As a self-reliant woman, she initially struggled with sharing finances with someone. However, a part of her saw this as a sign of Leon's care and potential future for the two of them as a couple. When Megan met Leon's family, they instantly hit it off. Megan found herself envisioning Lon as her future husband, despite living far away from her family and friends in Pittsburgh. Megan thrived in Houston. She made new friends and adopted a dog, which brought joy to her life online. Megan and Leon projected an image of the perfect relationship. They shared photos of their adventures, romantic dinners, and moments of happiness. However, what was seemingly perfect on the outside began to reveal cracks on the inside. Lon found himself unable to practice medicine in Texas as he did not have the license to do so. This setback significantly hindered his career aspirations as a transplant surgeon. Leon felt undervalued and discouraged by the perceived demotion from being a surgeon to a mere surgeon's assistant. He refused to accept the role, finding it beneath his acquired skills and knowledge. As time went on, the strain caused by Lon's inability to practice medicine began to take a toll on their relationship. Megan, who had sacrificed her independence for their relationship, found herself feeling disillusioned and misunderstood. The cracks in their relationship grew deeper, and it became clear that their paths were diverging while Megan still clung to hope for their shared future. Leon's unwavering dissatisfaction with his current situation made it increasingly difficult to reconcile their differences. Instead of actively looking for a job, Lon chose to rely on Megan's income to support their household. This burden placed immense pressure on Megan, with the added responsibility of breadwinner. Megan's frustration began to mount. She felt a growing resentment towards Lon as she realized she was shouldering most of the financial burden. The constant pressure of being the responsible one in their relationship took a toll on her mental and emotional well-being. In a moment of frustration and anger, Megan expressed her frustrations with Leon in front of his family. This impulsive decision turned out to be a misstep, as it only heightened tensions within the couple's relationship. Upon returning to their apartment, Leon's anger escalated, resulting in an outburst of violence that left Megan in a state of shock. Leon's violent behavior reached its peak when he tore through Megan's closet and hurled all of her clothing items off the balcony. This act of destruction left Megan feeling violated and helpless. She was unable to comprehend the situation. Over time, Lon's anger towards Megan escalated from verbal insults to physical abuse. He exhibited a pattern of behavior that included throwing the glass bottle he used to spit tobacco at Megan, humiliating her and calling her awful, demeaning names. the abuse seemed becoming more and more frequent, leaving Megan in a constant state of fear and anxiety. Despite the abusive behavior, Lon often expressed remorse and professed his love for Megan. He would claim that she was the only thing that brought him happiness and that he was sorry for his actions. However, these apologies were short-lived and the cycle of abuse continued to repeat itself, leaving Megan feeling trapped and alone on January 12, 2017. Megan returned home after a long day of work at the hotel to find Leon in a bad mood. Frustrated by some unknown reason, Leon threw a glass of wine at Megan after enduring years of abuse. Megan had reached her breaking point. She decided to confront Leon and put an end to the toxic relationship. Megan, done with the cycle of abuse, approached Leon and told him that she was leaving him, determined to make her escape. She packed her bag and prepared to leave. However, Leon was not about to let her go without a fight, as Megan started to walk away with her suitcase in tow. Leon stormed into the bedroom and approached her with his hands covering her face. He tried to physically restrain her from leaving. Terrified by Leon's behavior, Megan found herself trapped. She knew the situation was escalating and had to make immediate action to escape in desperation. Megan grabbed her dog and rushed out of the bedroom. Leon pursued her as she ran down the driveway, pulling on the car door to stop her. With determination, Megan closed the door and escaped into the vehicle. As Megan tried to drive away, Leon continued to chase her, determined to prevent her from leaving. Frustrated and angry, he threatened to break the window of the car if she didn't open it, terrified for her safety. Megan refused to comply and continued to drive away, putting as much distance between herself and her abuser as possible. The following day, as Megan reported to work at the hotel, it was evident that she had been crying. Her concerned friends and co-workers noticed the change in her demeanor and approached her seeking answers. When prodded, she broke down into tears and spoke about the abuse she had been experiencing at Leon's hands. Megan's friends and co-workers were shocked to hear the truth about her situation. Throughout the day, Leon kept contacting Megan through various means, sending her erratic messages. In some of the messages, he would profess his love and express his remorse, indicating his desire to propose. However, Leon would abruptly declare that he was done with her and others. As the day progressed, Megan grew tired of Leon's constant badgering and requested that he leave her alone. However, to her dismay, she discovered that he had drained their bank account. Upon returning home to their shattered apartment, Megan was horrified to discover all her furniture was gone. Fortunately, she had managed to reach home before Leon had the chance to dispose of her clothes and personal possessions. Megan quickly headed to the police station to file a report against Leon, accusing him of assault. She also applied for a protective order, but the process took some time. Several days later, as Megan was leaving her apartment for work, she glanced in her rearview mirror and saw Leon behind her. Panic-stricken, she sped through the city, trying to lose him. However, Leon was determined to keep following her. He cut Megan off, forcing her to stop. Abruptly, Leon got out of his car, and as he approached Megan, telling her she was making a mistake for leaving him, she swerved her car and managed to escape. Leon's actions were so disruptive that the hotel she worked at banned him from the property. However, Lon's determination to pursue Megan led him to outside the building, causing unease among her colleagues and friends. One of Megan's friends took it upon themselves to confront Leon, chasing him across the street and yelling at him to leave Megan alone. The harassment continued, and Lyon's persistence ultimately led to his arrest for assault. However, he was out of jail the very next day. Despite legal consequences, Leon's behavior did not deter him. Megan was forced to appear in court 2 weeks after his arrest with Leon. During this court appearance, the judge granted Megan an order of protection against Lon. Valerie McDaniel, a successful veterinarian in Houston, was sitting in the gallery observing Lyon's court appearance. After 19 years of marriage, she was divorced from her husband, Mac. Megan and Valerie had always been friendly with one another, but their bond deepened when Valerie was going through a difficult time in her divorce from Mac over bottles of wine and martinis. Valerie confided in Megan, and the two formed a strong connection. After Megan found out Valerie was on Lyon's side in the court, she was completely stunned. What shocked Megan even further was the discovery that Valerie had played a role in posting Lon's bail according to the bail bondsman. Leon had asked for his assistance in securing another client named Zach. He informed the Bailey bondsman that he had given Zach a significant amount of money to handle a problem. Lon's exact words were, "She's got to be out of the picture. I can't have her come to court and testify against me." The bail bondsman found Leon's words to be scary, as they raised suspicions about the possibility of Leon hiring someone named Zach to murder a witness in a case against Lyon, given his close friendship with the local city council person and the Houston police chief. He decided to reach out to them and share his concerns by the end of February 2017. Megan finally felt a sense of safety, having left Lyon behind and obtained a protective order. However, this of short-lived, as she was contacted by a detective who informed her about a credible threat to her life. Unsure of what to make of this information, Megan met with the detectives the following day wearing a wig, hat, and sunglasses as a precaution. The detectives informed her about the tip they had received, informing her that they needed to surround her with police until the threat against her was taken care of. They advised her to go to Pittsburgh for safety. Megan packed a bag and left Texas right away. The detectives with the Harris County District Attorney's Special Crimes Bureau were tasked with the investigation of Leon Jacob and the alleged murder for hire plot. As they delved deeper into the case, they discovered a surprising fact about Leon. He was a doctor. This revelation surprised the detectives, as professionals, such as doctors, are not usually seen involved in criminal activities. While searching for the person Leon had mentioned working alongside him, the detectives were able to uncover Zach's identity. However, what they found was that Zach was Taz Aza, or Taz for short, after interviewing Taz. The detectives discovered he was not a hitman, but knew Leon. Taz admitted Leon had approached him with a request to eliminate his ex-girlfriend Megan. However, T clarified that he had never intended to harm Megan and merely sought the financial gain that came with the job. Taz divulged to the detectives that Leon had been in frequent contact with him. As Leon was still insistent on having the job completed, the detectives then approached Taz with an offer to work with them to capture Lyon, and Taz agreed to aid in the effort with Taz's cooperation. The detectives were closer to bringing Lyon to justice. Their efforts were focused on apprehending Lon and preventing any danger to Megan, while also ensuring the safety of everyone involved in the investigation. Leon and Valerie met Tess several days later at a local Olive Garden. They were accompanied by a man named Adam, who was introduced to them as a potential hitman. Little did Leon and Valerie know that Adam was actually an undercover police officer. During their conversation, Leon mentioned some ideas about how to take out his ex-girlfriend, Megan. One of his suggestions was to have the hitman give her a lethal injection of potassium chloride, which would stop her heart. Lon believed this method would be untraceable, making it less likely that the police would suspect foul play. Leon also divulged that Valerie, a veterinarian, had access to this drug through her clinic, and suggested that Valerie could provide it to the hitman, making it easier for him to carry out his plan. Leon made it clear that Megan was not the only person he wanted out of the picture. He had additional targets in mind and seemed eager to involve Taz and Adam in his schemes. According to Leon, Valerie's ex-husband, Mac, was the worst person he had ever met. Leon expressed his desire to eliminate Mac as well. Valerie approached Adam, the undercover officer, and confided in him about her situation. She told him Mac was planning to take her daughter away. Detectives working on the case have approached Megan and Mac and asked them to participate in a fake abduction and murder. Their objective was to create a staged crime scene and take photos so the undercover officer could show Leon and Valerie reluctantly. Megan and Mac agreed to cooperate in order to make Mac appear as though he had been executed inside his car. The detectives covered him in pig's blood. Recognizing Lon's profession as a doctor, the detectives took extra measure to ensure Ma's appearance was as convincing as possible. They carefully staged his scenario to make it appear as if he had suffered a fatal gunshot wound to the head. Meanwhile, the detectives opted for a kidnapping scenario for Megan's situation. They zip-tied her hands and feet, securing her tightly, and covered her mouth with duct tape. Throughout this process, Megan became increasingly panicked and cried. Realizing the man she intended to spend her life with had paid someone to murder her, The stage situation became all too real for her as she realized she was now a pawn in the detective's plan to catch Leon and get him arrested. After the staged photos, Adam, the undercover officer, texted and called Leon to inform him that he had taken care of Mac. He then proceeded to show Leon the images he had captured the undercover officer, then revealed that Megan had been kidnapped, but unfortunately there was no reason with her further. The undercover officer expressed that Megan was unwilling to leave the state and stop pursuing charges against Lyon. As a result, the undercover officer concluded that he would have to kill her in order to resolve the situation. Several hours later, the police arrived at Valerie's apartment with their body cam footage rolling. The officers informed Valerie, who was there with Lon, that they were there to tell her that her ex-husband Mac had been killed. However, the officers knew it was all part of a ruse, and Mac was safe. After the officers told Valerie and Leon the news, they tried to faint. Surprised without prompting, Leon said he and Valerie had been home with Valerie's daughter all day, providing an alibi. Even though no one questioned him, Leon's statement seemed rehearsed and suspicious. Lon and Valerie were arrested for solicitation to commit capital murder. The officers who arrested the couple revealed that Mac and Megan had not been killed and were both alive and well. Leon pleaded not guilty 3 days after Valerie was arrested. She was released on a $50,000 bond. Many of Valerie's friends believed that she would never have ordered a hit on her ex-husband if Leon Jacob had not influenced her. According to her friends, she wanted love and attention, and Lyon used his predatory ways to brainwash her. Valerie's friends believed Leon manipulated and used her for his own gain. They thought Lon's power and control over Valerie led her to commit the crime she was arrested for. Valerie's friends described her as a loving and caring person who was always willing to help others. Her loved ones expressed shock at the idea that she would do anything to harm her ex-husband or his loved ones. They said that Valerie's desire for love and attention blinded her to the consequences of her actions. According to Valerie's friends, Leon was a controlling and manipulative individual. Valerie's friends said he often used his charm and charisma to get what he wanted, including manipulating those around him. They believed that Lyon was controlling Valerie's emotions and actions to ensure he got what he wanted. 2 weeks after Valerie's release on bail, she took her life by jumping off the balcony of her 7th-floor apartment. She was due to appear in court the following day before Valerie took her life. She recorded a video on her iPad telling her side of the story regarding the murder-for-hire plot that led to her arrest in the recordings. Valerie asserted that the police entrapped her and that she had never intended to harm Mac, her ex-boyfriend and the father of her daughter, as the news of Valerie's death spread. Her loved ones were shocked when Leon, her incarcerated lover, learned about her death. His attorney stated that he was devastated. Lon viewed Valerie as a wife and had asked the judge to allow him to attend her funeral. However, his request was denied. In 2018, Leon Jacob went on trial for solicitation to commit capital murder. The defense argued that Leon did not mean to hire a hitman to murder Megan, but rather hired a private investigator to help the couple reunite. They claimed that Lon was not attempting to harm her. However, the prosecution refuted Leon's claims and presented recordings to the jury where he suggested killing Megan with an injection of potassium chloride. Additionally, graphic staged crime scene photos depicting Megan and Mac as would-be victims were shown in court. Ultimately, Lyon was found guilty of 2 counts of solicitation to commit capital murder. He was sentenced to life in prison in order to pay a fine of $110,000. Story 5, Toni Barlett was the only girl born in the middle of 2 brothers. Growing up as the only girl, Toni was a tomboy, but also the perfect Southern belle. Her upbringing as the only girl in a household of boys made her independent and assertive. She could hold her own in male-dominated environments, but also exuded femininity and charm. After graduating high school, Toni pursued higher education, enrolling in college and medical school. She was a dedicated student who excelled in her studies. Toni's hard work paid off as graduated top of her class throughout her life. Toni focused on her career goals as an apologist. She became a successful and respected field doctor known for her expertise and compassion. Despite her professional achievements, Toni still yearned for love and companionship. Toni married at a young age but found that their relationship lacked chemistry and compatibility. The divorce was a difficult adjustment for Tony as she struggled with disappointment and loneliness. Using it as a distraction from the pain she felt over time, Tony realized it was time to give love another chance at 30. She decided to dip her toes back into the dating pool. However, her previous experience had left her guarded and cautious. Despite her initial resistance, Tony eventually found herself opening up to the possibility of love. She allowed herself to meet new people and explore potential relationships. However, it was still not easy for her to let go of the past and embrace the idea of finding true love. Like many others, Tony believed that online dating held the key to finding her soulmate with a strong belief in the importance of faith in her life. Tony decided to embark on a quest to find a partner who shared her beliefs. As a result, she turned to a Christian dating site throughout her online dating journey. Tony went on several dates with men who captured her interest. However, she found herself struggling to find that special someone who truly connected with her on a deeper level. Despite the potential connections, Tony remained hopeful that one day she would meet the love of her life when all hope seemed lost. Tony encountered Harold Henthorne, a charming and handsome man who piqued her interest. Harold's dating profile painted a picture of a confident and successful man living in Colorado. According to his profile, he worked as a consultant at a nonprofit organization. What attracted Tony to Harold the most was his genuine and heartfelt desire to find a second chance at love. He disclosed to Tony that he was a widower, having lost his first wife Lynn in a car accident. Harold shared with Tony that he had waited for a significant amount of time to find his happily ever after as their online conversations continued. Harold decided to travel to Jackson, Mississippi to meet Tony in person. Upon being introduced to Tony's friends, Harold effortlessly won them over with his charismatic personality and genuine warmth. Tony's loved ones quickly realized Harold was the perfect match for their beloved friend. They noticed his outgoing nature and energy complemented Tony's reserved and quiet demeanor. From the moment she met Harold, she knew she had found her soulmate. Their relationship moved quickly, and by Valentine's Day 2000, Harold proposed to Tony with a stunning ring. Of course, Tony said yes, thrilled to have the opportunity to embark on the next chapter of her life with her Prince Charming. Less than a year after they first met on September 30th, 2000, Tony and Harold exchanged vows in a grand church wedding in Jackson, Mississippi. Following the wedding, Tony and Harold relocated to Colorado, where Harold lived. Tony quickly established herself as an esteemed ophthalmologist, treating her patients like family. She had remarkable bedside manner, ensuring every patient felt heard, understood, and cared for her. Compassion and dedication to her craft made her an exceptional doctor. Tony's life revolved around her career as a doctor and her relationship with Harold. Together, they built a beautiful home and supported each other as time passed. Tony and Harold had a daughter, Haley, who was the light of their lives. Years passed, and Tony Henthorne and her husband Harold built a beautiful life together. Just 2 weeks before Tony and Harold's anniversary, Harold reached out to the office manager at her ophthalmology practice. The manager was eager to help. Harold requested that the office manager prepare a surprise for his wife, saying he wanted to take her to the Rocky Mountain National Park. Harold planned to take Tony away for the weekend and celebrate their 12th wedding anniversary, knowing how much Tony loved their job and patience. The office manager kept Tony's schedule clear on September 28, 2012. Harold arrived at Tony's office. The manager brought Tony into an exam room thinking she would treat a regular patient. However, when Tony stepped inside, she was shocked to see her husband Harold waiting for her. Harold told Tony that he had a surprise for her. They were going away for the weekend. He assured Tony that he had already made arrangements to have a babysitter for their young daughter Haley and packed her bag. Tony, always trusting and unsuspecting, happily agreed to the unexpected trip as the couple embarked on their journey. Harold informed Tony that they would spend the first night at the Stanley Hotel in Estes Park, Colorado, the inspiration for Stephen King's novel The Shining. Upon arrival at the Stanley Herald, and Tony had an early dinner and retired to their room. Harold had meticulously mapped out trails in the park for them to explore the following day. On September 29, 2012, the couple decided to embark on a trek through the picturesque Rocky Mountain National Park. The day started peacefully as Tony and Harold set out on their hike. They were excited about the breathtaking views and the prospect of a beautiful day in nature. America's national parks are known for their breathtaking landscapes and an inspiring beauty. However, as beautiful as these parks may be, they also hold a hidden danger, according to a study conducted by Backpacker magazine. A staggering 243 people die in national parks each year. This statistic highlights the inherent risks that come with exploring the wilderness in Rocky Mountains National Park, where the Henthorns were planning their hike. The leading cause of death was falling as the hours passed. The couple ventured deep into the rocky terrain a bit before 7:00 p.m. Harold made a shocking call to 911. In a panicked voice, he explained to the dispatchers that Tony had fallen off the edge of a cliff and was in critical condition. The dispatcher immediately dispatched a park ranger, a trained EMT, to the scene. However, due to the treacherous terrain, the ranger needed to walk to the spot where Harold was. Harold waited on the phone with the dispatcher, his voice filled with urgency. He begged the dispatcher to send a helicopter to rescue his wife due to the high altitude and terrain. The dispatcher explained that a helicopter could not reach where he was. The dispatcher tried to reassure Harold that help was on the way, but Harold's desperation and fear were palpable. After a while, Harold hung up the phone on the dispatcher. He said he feared that his cell phone battery would die, leaving him without a way to connect to the emergency services. As the ranger ventured through the park, the sun began to set, casting an eerie glow over the landscape in order to make it easier for the ranger to locate him. Harold decided to start a fire approximately an hour. After the initial call, Harold contacted the emergency services again. This time, the dispatcher attempted to guide Harold through CPR, hoping to save Tony's life. However, Harold insisted on hanging up with the dispatcher, stating that he needed to hang up the line in order to keep it free, as the ranger continued his search. The dispatcher called once more and requested Harold use his whistle so the ranger could find him. Harold blew the whistle, signaling to the ranger that he was nearby. Unfortunately, it was too late. By the time the ranger and emergency services arrived, it was over 2 hours after Harold first reported Tony's fall, and Tony had already passed away. All deaths in national parks are thoroughly investigated. This case was no exception. Harold recounted to the ranger the details of the hike that led to Tony's tragic death. He stated that at 1:45 p.m., he and Tony embarked on the Deer Mountain Trail, where they decided to take a selfie. However, the trail was crowded with numerous hikers, prompting them to venture further into the woods. Harold explained that they reached their destination around 3:30 p.m. and had lunch on the mountain. During this time, he captured a photo of Tony. However, the ridge where they had stopped for lunch was too noisy for the couple to enjoy a peaceful meal. As a result, they decided to continue down the mountain in search of a secluded spot. Harold mentioned that Tony had spotted wild turkeys and wanted to get closer for a photo opportunity. Unfortunately, she fell 128 feet down the mountain while trying to capture the birds. When Harold returned home after Tony's passing, he was met with an outpouring of support from his family and friends. His daughter Haley, who was deeply affected by her mother's loss, also received a lot of love and care from everyone around her. However, amidst this outpouring of sympathy, there were whispers and rumors surrounding Tony's sudden death. Tony's friends found it peculiar that she died only 1 year after she almost lost her life in another incident while Tony was cleaning underneath her deck 1 year earlier. Harold accidentally hit a loose beam, causing it to crash onto Tony's head. She was rushed to the hospital, but fortunately she survived the injury. However, she was left with bruises and injuries that took some time to heal. In light of these circumstances, Tony's friends couldn't help but wonder if foul play was involved. They couldn't help but question if the accident a year earlier was accidental or if there was more to the story. Suspicions heightened when, on the day of the funeral service, Harold seemed more interested in watching a football game rather than mourning the loss of his wife. With their loved ones, the FBI became actively involved in the investigation into Tony's death agents. With the FBI conducted interviews with the ranger who first arrived at the scene on the day Tony died. According to the ranger, there was no indication that Harold had attempted to perform CPR on his wife. Further investigation by the FBI uncovered additional evidence suggesting that Harold may have been involved in Tony's death. The investigators discovered that before Tony died, Harold's cell phone pinged in the area where she fell. 9 times, these pings raised suspicion that the phone calls may have been part of a scouting mission to locate the ideal location to kill his wife. It wasn't long before the FBI received a call informing them that Tony was not Harold's wife to die. This information raised suspicions about Harold's involvement in the death of his previous wife and Tony Lynn, and Harold were married in September 1982 and lived in Colorado on May 6, 1995. A little after 9 p.m. in the countryside of Colorado, a woman and her family were driving on Highway 67-7 when they saw a man in the street flagging down cars for help. It was Harold Henthorne. Harold seemed panicky and quickly approached the woman's vehicle and told them he needed their assistance. He explained that his wife Lynn was stuck underneath their car and was in need of help. Harold claimed that while he and his wife were fixing a flat tire, a jack gave way. Trapping Lynn beneath the car, the woman and her family sprang into action, working together to lift the car off Lynn. As they did so, they noticed that her lips were blue and she was not breathing. It was a chilling sight. Made worse by the chilly weather, Lynn, who was only wearing a tank top and jeans, was exposed to the elements and in desperate need of warmth. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the woman and her family took an immediate action. They began piling their coats on Lynn, hoping to keep her body temperature elevated and comfort her. Since it was the mid-1990s, there would have been no cell phones on the scene. After driving 2 miles, the woman who stopped to help, Harold managed to find a house with a phone. She hurriedly made a call alerting emergency services to the dire situation. The dispatcher assured her that help was on the way, but time was of the essence. When the police officers and paramedics arrived at the scene, they administered a shot of epinephrine in an attempt to restart Lynn's heart. Fortunately, their efforts were successful and Lynn's heart began to beat. Once again, she was then transported to a nearby hospital for further medical attention. Unfortunately, despite the initial progress, Lynn passed away at the age of 37 as Lynn was being treated. One of the EMTs attempted to gather information from Harold. However, Harold appeared evasive in his answers and continually moved away from the medic, hindering their efforts to gain the necessary information. The medic noticed that Harold's behavior seemed strange, as he did not feel urgent or desperate for his wife to receive assistance from observing Harold's actions. The medic came to the conclusion that Harold's demeanor did not seem consistent with someone deeply concerned about his wife's well-being. It seemed as if Harold was reluctant to allow any assistance to reach her. This behavior raised suspicions and made the medic question Harold's intentions when the medics were able to restart Lynn's heart. Harold acted shocked, maybe even disappointed. Despite freezing outside, Harold did not remove his jacket and place it on his injured wife. This behavior puzzled the medic, as they expected him to prioritize his wife's comfort. However, the onlookers at the scene seemed more interested in helping Lynn than her husband. This discrepancy furthered the medic's confusion. An autopsy was conducted on Lynn's body, and it was discovered that she had died from asphyxiation. This finding prompted an investigation into her untimely death. However, a few days later, the medical examiner ruled her death accidental and closed the case. At the time, no one had any reason to suspect that Lynn's death was not as straightforward as it seemed. The case appeared closed, and it seemed no foul play was involved. Detectives investigating Tony's death in 2012 hired a private investigator to look into Lynn's death several years earlier. The private investigator's investigation revealed that Harold provided various accounts regarding the cause of Lynn's entrapment under the car. To some people, Harold stated that Lynn was searching for a lug nut at the time of the accident. However, to others, he claimed she went under the car to retrieve a flashlight she had accidentally dropped. Furthermore, Harold's accounts differed regarding where they were headed when the incident occurred. In some cases, he claimed they were about to head out for dinner, while in others, he stated that they had already eaten and were on their way home. Over the years, the private investigator discovered that Harold had also told different stories regarding Lynn's death. Harold told one person that the trunk of the car fell on Lynn's neck, breaking it and killing her, and told people at his church his first wife died of cancer. One of the detectives approached one of Harold's first wives, Lynn's best friends, with a proposition. They asked if she would be willing to wear a wire and approach Harold to obtain incriminating information. Initially, the friend was hesitant to agree to the request, as she believed Harold was innocent. They had been friends for many years, and she trusted his character. However, the friend decided to take the matter to her pastor to seek guidance. The pastor advised her that if Harold was truly innocent, her involvement could prove it. This realization weighed heavily on the friend's mind, and she decided to reconsider. Under her initial refusal, after careful consideration, the friend eventually agreed to meet with Harold and wear a wire during their conversation. However, during the meeting, a technical glitch occurred in the wiring system, causing disruptions in the recording. The friend realized that she needed to take action discreetly. She discreetly excused herself from the conversation and made her way to the bathroom where an officer was waiting to assist her. The friend observed that Harold never explicitly denied killing his first wife, Lynn, or his second wife, Tony. However, Harold never admitted to the killings either. Despite the lack of a confession, the friend did not believe that Harold was capable of murder. Over time, however, the friend's perspective began to change. She began to suspect that neither of Harold's wives had died accidentally. As the investigation into Harold's death progressed, the FBI learned that Harold had presented himself as a fundraiser for nonprofit organizations. He had claimed that he regularly went on business trips, insisting that these trips were integral to his work. However, upon closer inspection, the agents discovered none of these claims were true. They were unable to locate any tax returns, pay stubs, or any other evidence that Harold had a job since 1995 further. Investigation revealed that Harold's weekly business trips were spent at a local Panera Bread outlet. The agents discovered his location through surveillance footage which showed him surfing the internet during his supposed work trips. This revelation cast doubt on Harold's credibility and raised suspicion about his activities on November 6, 2014. 2 years after the death of Tony in Rocky Mountain National Park, Harold was arrested and charged with Tony's murder. Harold pleaded not guilty to the charges against him. Tony's family sought custody of Haley. Tony's daughter, but Harold, who was in jail at the time, refused to allow it. As a result, Haley was placed in the care of her godparents in Colorado for the time being 10 months after. After Harold was arrested, he went on trial in 2015 for the murder of his second wife, Tony. Despite the absence of forensic evidence linking him to her death, the prosecution presented various pieces of evidence to strengthen their case. Firstly, the prosecution presented evidence that Harold had taken out several life insurance policies on Tony. This, they argued, suggested premeditation on his part, as he had planned to kill his wife and profit from her death. Furthermore, the prosecution presented evidence of pings in the area several weeks prior to Tony's death. These pings suggested that Harold was actively seeking a location where he could carry out his sinister plan without attracting attention. Additionally, the prosecution presented a map found in Harold's car marked with a giant X on the spot where Tony fell from the cliff. This, they claimed, further solidified their theory that Harold had selected this location in order to carry out his nefarious plan. However, the most compelling evidence presented by the prosecution was the death of Harold's first wife, Lynn, and the suspicions surrounding it, the similarities between Lynn's death and Tony's. According to prosecution were striking, the jury believed that Harold exhibited a pattern of behavior that led them to convict him after a 10-day trial. The jury retired for deliberation. The jury ultimately returned with a guilty verdict, finding Harold guilty of murdering his second wife, Tony. They found that there was a pattern of similarities between the deaths of Lynn and Tony, which led them to believe that Harold was responsible. As a result, Harold was sentenced to life in prison, where he will reside for the rest of his natural life. Although Harold was never formally charged with the murder of his first wife, Lynn, it is widely accepted that he is also responsible for her death in December 2015. Tony's oldest brother was granted custody of her and Harold's daughter, Haley. In 2023, Harold Henthorne appealed his conviction, but it was ultimately dismissed. Additionally, he filed a motion for post-conviction relief alleging ineffective assistance by his defense attorney. Harold contended that his attorney's performance during the trial failed to meet constitutional standards. He argued that his defense attorney did not prepare an adequate defense for him. However, Harold's request for relief was also denied. Despite his claim of inadequate representation, the court determined that his defense attorney had provided an adequate defense meeting. The constitutional standards required for a fair trial. Harold's story is a stark reminder of the dangers posed by people whom society label as charming, or grooming his ability to charm and deceive those around him highlights the importance of being vigilant and suspicious. When dating or entering into a relationship with someone, this case serves as a cautionary tale for individuals who find themselves in similar situations. It encourages them to exercise caution and seek support from trusted individuals. Harold Henthorne's chilling story reminds us of the consequences of falling victim to manipulation and the destructive power of greed. Story 6, Mike Williams. Disappearance on Lake Seol left the nation in shock and bewilderment. The mysterious circumstances surrounding his disappearance had remained unsolved for years, leaving no clues or leads as to what had happened, with no leads or clues. The case seemed destined to remain unsolved indefinitely. However, the truth was finally revealed in a shocking turn of events, leaving everyone in disbelief. Mike Williams was a man who was full of life and destined for great things. Born Jerry Michael Williams, but known as Michael or Mike, he grew up north of Tallahassee, Florida. His parents sacrificed a great deal to ensure that he and his brother had the opportunity to attend North Florida Christian High School, an elite private school. While in high school, Mike flourished. He was actively involved and played football. During this time, Mike developed a deep passion for duck hunting through this interest. He met his lifelong best friend, Brian Winchester. Another person who entered Mike's life in high school was Denise Morell. Denise would tell people she knew she wanted to marry him from the moment they met. Their relationship blossomed and they became inseparable. After graduating high school, Mike continued his education at Florida State University, where he majored in political science and urban planning. Despite his academic pursuits, Mike always made time for Denise. Their love for each other only grew stronger with each passing day. Mike embarked on a successful professional journey. An appraisal group hired him as a property appraiser. The company's owners praised Mike for his hard work and dedication, stating he was the hardest working man they had ever met on December the 17th, 1994. Mike married his high school sweetheart, Denise Morell, in a beautiful wedding ceremony. For years later, Mike and Denise welcomed their daughter into the world. Mike was an incredibly devoted father, obsessed with his baby girl. As the years passed, Mike began looking forward to the future. He told his mother and brother that he and Denise wanted to expand their family. Mike and Denise had big plans to vacation in Hawaii, travel to Jamaica for work, and build a strong foundation for their growing family, but on December 16, 2000, everything changed. Mike went duck hunting on Lake Seol and never returned home on December 16th. 2031-year-old Mike Williams left his home around 3 a.m. to embark on a routine duck hunting expedition. Lake Seol, located in northwest Tallahassee, Florida, is a vast reservoir formed by the Apalachicola River. The reservoir serves as a popular spot for hunters. Mike's wife, Denise, anxiously awaited his return as the couple planned to celebrate their anniversary in Apalachicola. That night, when Mike still hadn't returned by noon, that day Denise reached out to their friends and family members to see if they had any information regarding his whereabouts. One of Mike's closest friends, Brian Winchester, along with Brian's father, decided to visit the area where Mike was known to go, duck hunting together. They located Mike's Ford Bronco near a remote boat launch on Lake Seol, but there was no sign of Mike, alarmed by the lack of any clues or signs. Mike's loved ones contacted the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. The WFC officers sprang into action, deploying a helicopter to circle the 30,000-acre lake in search of Mike or his boat. Unfortunately, there was no sign of him anywhere. As time passed, speculation grew among Mike's loved ones. They wondered if he had somehow fallen out of his boat, if it had hit one of the tree stumps in the lake and trapped him beneath the vegetation in the water. This scenario seemed plausible, as the water in Lake Seol is shallow and dotted with numerous tree stumps, making it a potential hazard for boaters. One day after Mike's disappearance on December 17th, his best friend Brian made a shocking discovery. Brian stumbled upon Mike's boat. Located not far from the landing where Mike's car was parked. Inside the boat was Mike's shotgun for hunting. Still in the case, his decoys and life jackets. This discovery raised even more questions about Mike's disappearance. The officers examining the scene noted that Mike had not even started hunting ducks before he vanished. The mysterious disappearance of Mike Williams on Lake Seol left the community of Tallahassee shocked and worried. Denise, Mike's wife, struggled to cope with the emotional toll of his disappearance. She was consumed by grief and often dissolved into tears when friends came to visit. With each passing day, the hope for Mike's safe return grew dimmer. The holidays approached, and on Christmas Eve, Mike's mother paid a visit to the lake. A flicker of hope ignited as she stood at the boat launch where Brian had found Mike's car. She felt Mike was not lost in the lake, but perhaps still alive. However, FWC officers remained steadfast in their belief that Mike had drowned. They explained that his body would eventually surface, yet it never appeared 10 days into the search for Mike Williams. A camo-patterned hunting cap was found floating in Lake Seol. The hat identified as belonging to Mike was a significant clue in the case. Mike's best friend Brian verified that the hat was indeed his and provided cooperating evidence in the form of a picture showing Mike wearing the hat. This revelation intensified the belief that Mike was in the lake. However, the discovery of a hunting cap floating in the water brought another disturbing element to the investigation. Despite its beauty, Lake Seol was teeming with hundreds of alligators. This newfound knowledge raised the question of whether a gator might have pulled Mike into the water and concealed his body beneath a log. While this theory was intriguing, not everyone subscribed to it. Mike's mother, for example, expressed her skepticism. She deeply feared alligators, having witnessed her son's passion for duck hunting. However, Mike had always assured her that he only hunted during cold weather when the alligators were dormant. Despite her apprehension, Mike's mother clung to the belief that her son was still alive. She believed he would have managed to escape if he had encountered an alligator. Her unwavering faith provided her with strength and hope. The ongoing search for Mike continued, with investigators and loved ones hoping for some sign of his whereabouts. As the investigation continued, one question remained in everyone's mind: what happened to Mike Williams? As the months passed, the search gradually subsided, but in June 2001, an angler stumbled upon a pair of waders floating in the lake. This discovery rekindled interest in the investigation and prompted a renewed search for Mike. Divers were called to investigate and search the bottom of the lake. They eventually recovered a lightweight hunting coat and a flashlight, items that belonged to Mike. However, something peculiar about these discoveries was that the wader jacket and flashlights showed no signs of having been in the water for an extended period. Additionally, no DNA was recovered from any of the three items, indicating that Mike might not have been wearing them at the time of his disappearance. Despite the lack of evidence, a judge in Tallahassee ruled that Mike was indeed deceased and signed a death certificate listing the cause of death as drowning. Mike's mother, who was left devastated by the loss of her son, had numerous questions regarding her son's belongings that were found in the lake. She felt that someone may have planted these belongings in order to lead them away from the truth about what happened to Mike. However, with Mike declared deceased, the court allowed his wife Denise to move forward with claims on Mike's life insurance policies. As a result, Denise received a hefty payout of over $1 million. While everyone else seemed to accept the narrative that Mike had drowned in the lake, his mother refused to believe that this was the case. She was determined to find answers and uncover the truth regarding her son's disappearance. Mike's mother took proactive measures in her search, including posting missing persons flyers of Mike all over Tallahassee, paying for billboards to advertise his disappearance, and carrying around a picket sign with the message, "My son is missing, please help me find him." Despite her efforts, Mike's mother encountered resistance from various authorities. She wrote letters to local and state officials, but they claimed that alligators had deed Mike's body after he drowned. However, Mike's mother remained steadfast in her belief that there was more to Mike's disappearance than met the eye. Finally, in February 2004, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, FDLE, opened a case file on Mike's disappearance and assigned a team of detectives to investigate the case. The detectives began by revisiting the initial search efforts and conducting interviews with everyone involved in the initial search. During the investigation, one significant discovery made by the FDLE detectives was the existence of multiple life insurance policies on Mike's life. His best friend and insurance agent, Brian Winchester, drafted one of these policies only weeks before Mike went missing. Furthermore, the detectives noticed that Mike's best friend, Brian, married Mike's wife, Denise, in September. 2004, this development added another layer of suspicion to the case. Many people found this occurrence odd, and rumors began to surface that Denise and Brian could have been involved in Mike's disappearance. Although the detectives were suspicious of Denise and Brian, they were unable to find sufficient evidence to bring charges against them. Despite the lack of viable leads generated by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, his mother remained steadfast in her advocacy for her son. Her tireless efforts ultimately led to the popular true crime television series Disappeared, dedicating a segment to Mike's case. In late 2011, starting in 2012, Mike's mother began writing one letter a day to then Governor of Florida, Rick Scott, pleading with him to have an agency other than the FDLE investigate Mike's disappearance or appoint a special prosecutor. A special prosecutor is an individual or entity appointed to investigate and prosecute a specific case or cases, usually when a conflict of interest arises within the regular prosecutor's office. Mike's mother later detailed her concerns regarding the FD's handling of the case and highlighted the need for fresh eyes to uncover the truth. Despite sending nearly 200 letters, Mike's mother never received a response from the office. She later discovered that all the letters she had sent had been forwarded to the FDLE headquarters, where they remained unopened. This discovery enraged Mike's mother, as she felt that no one was taking her concerns seriously or showing any interest in finding her son. In 2011, another lead emerged in the search for Mike Williams. A self-proclaimed psychic and certified forensic psychological profiler reviewed the case and identified a potential location of Mike's body. She gave investigators the coordinates of another boat launch in Wakulla County. Cadav dogs sniffed the area, but no evidence was found. Despite the lack of evidence, the psychic believed they were moving in the right direction. According to state officials, in 2011, the psychic did not find any additional evidence that warranted a further investigation. However, in 2012, Mike's widow, Denise, separated from her then-husband, Mike's best friend, Brian Winchester, as Denise, and Brian's marriage crumbled. A long-held secret unraveled. She shedding light on what happened to Mike on Lake Seol. Nearly a decade earlier, Denise filed for divorce from Brian in 2015. The divorce proceedings were difficult, with Denise and Brian expressing frustration and disappointment. However, it was Brian's addiction to sex that ultimately led to the dissolution of their marriage. She said she could no longer tolerate the constant infidelity and sought a divorce to put an end to the turmoil in August 2016. A full year after filing for divorce, Brian took matters into his own hands. Denise was unaware that Brian had followed her as she drove to work at Florida State University. While on the phone with her sister, Denise caught sight of Brian climbing over the back seat of her car. Panic ensued as she realized she was being kidnapped without hesitation. Brian took Denise's phone and ordered her to drive. Denise initially hesitated, not wanting to comply with his demands. However, when Brian brandished a firearm, she quickly realized that she had little option but to drive. Denise complied with the instructions, hoping that the situation would resolve itself. According to Denise, Brian justified his actions by stating he had no choice. He explained that she had ignored his calls and text messages, forcing him to resort to drastic measures as they continued their journey. Brian directed Denise to drive somewhere else. However, instead of following his usual demands, Denise decided to take matters into her own hands. She pulled into a pharmacy parking lot, knowing it was safe and public. Inside the parking lot, Denise and Brian engaged in a tense conversation. Brian expressed his hopelessness and despair, stating he had nothing to live for. If he divorced, he assured Denise that he didn't want to hurt her in any way. Denise listened carefully to Brian's words, trying to console him and understand his state of mind. She assured him that she cared about him and wanted to help him in any way she could. As the conversation continued and Brian calmed down, Denise agreed to drive to where he had left his truck at a nearby park. Upon leaving Denise's car, Brian took a tan sheet, a plastic covering, a spray bleach bottle, and various tools from Denise's vehicle. Despite Brian's claim that he did not intend to harm Denise, Denise felt that he had a different plan in mind for her. although Denise promised Brian she would not go to the police. As soon as he was no longer in her sight, she immediately drove to the sheriff's department. Brian was subsequently arrested and charged with kidnapping, armed burglary, and domestic assault. Denise requested a protective order informing the court that she had feared for her life and her daughters. As a result, Brian was ordered to be held without bond on December 19, 2017. Brian was sentenced to 20 years in prison and 15 years of probation. Mike Williams' disappearance was a topic that was not addressed during the Brian Winchester hearing in 2017. However, behind the scenes, there were numerous wheels turning as Brian Winchester had made a deal with the detectives. 2 months earlier, he agreed to provide information regarding what happened to Mike Williams on December 2000 on Lake Seol in exchange for immunity from prosecution on charges related to Mike's disappearance. In a recorded interview, Brian told the detectives that he had started an extramarital affair with Denise on October 13, 1997, behind both his and his wife's back. According to Brian, Denise made their intentions clear from the beginning, stating that she would never divorce Mike. The detectives learned that maintaining appearance was of utmost importance for Denise, and a divorce would be a significant blemish on her stellar reputation. However, even though Denise wanted to be with Brian, she refused to leave her marriage with Mike. Legally, as a result, Brian stated that Denise began discussing the idea of killing Mike and making it appear as an accident. This plan would allow her to continue her relationship with Brian while maintaining her public image. Denise wanted Mike out of the picture and wanted to remove Brian's wife. However, Brian denied having any intention of killing his first wife, the mother of his children. Instead, he filed for divorce. Initially, Brian and Denise concocted a plan to have Mike killed at his office and make it look like a robbery gone wrong. However, they later settled on the idea of arranging a hunting accident on the day Mike went missing. Brian lured Mike to Lake Seol. Once they were out on the boat, Brian encouraged Mike to put on his waders. According to Brian, what happened next was a panic situation as Mike struggled in the water, attempting to pull himself up onto a tree stump. Brian said he and Mike were in a frenzy. Mike desperately clung to the tree stump, fighting for his life. In a moment of desperation, Brian took Mike's shotgun and shot Mike in the face because Brian killed Mike by a gunshot, not drowning as Brian had planned to kill him. There was no way for Brian to pass Mike's death off as an accident. Brian dragged Mike's body back into the boat. He then loaded Mike's body into his truck and drove to a remote location near a rural lake in Lyon County and buried him there. Brian claimed that they had slowed down their affair to avoid raising suspicion. He explained that the reason for his recent imprisonment on kidnapping charges was that he was fearful of Denise disclosing the truth regarding Mike's disappearance. After the divorce crime scene, investigators went out to the spot where Brian indicated he buried Mike's body and found human remains that they matched to Mike Williams with the help of forensic evidence. Investigators were able to confirm that the remains belonged to Mike Williams. This breakthrough in the case provided the family with some closure, as they now knew that Mike was no longer missing, but he had been tragically killed when Mike's mother found out the truth about what happened to her son. She was stunned to learn that his wife and best friend had had him killed. On May 8, 2018, Denise was arrested while leaving her work after the discovery of Mike's body. She was subsequently charged with first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder. Denise pleaded not guilty to the charges. Her trial began on December 10, 2018, and the star witness testifying against her was her ex-husband, Brian Winchester. During Brian's testimony, he spoke in detail about an incident that occurred at the lake where Mike was clinging onto a stump before he was shot and killed. This revelation came as a shock to Mike's mother, who had never heard those details before. It was especially difficult for her to know that her son was in the middle of a freezing lake screaming for help and that she couldn't have been there to help him. This information was something she struggled to live with. Denise's trial lasted for 4 days, and the jury deliberated for 8 hours before finding Denise guilty of all charges. The judge sentenced Denise to life in prison after being convicted of committing murder. 5 months after her conviction, Denise's assets from Mike's estate were awarded to her and Mike's daughter to escape prosecution on 3 counts of insurance fraud. Denise agreed to sign them over to her daughter. However, as part of the deal, Mike and Denise's daughter had to agree not to use any of the money on Denise's legal fees. If her daughter failed to comply with this condition, she would have to repay the state $150,000 in January 2020. Denise appealed for her conviction and sentence. Her attorney argued that the Florida First District Court of Appeal should overturn the conviction because there was insufficient evidence to prove her involvement in the murder of her first husband. Several months later in November, the court overturned Denise's conviction for murder, but the conspiracy to commit murder charge remained. Denise remains in prison at the Florida Women's Reception Center while Brian Winchester is serving his kidnapping sentence at the Wakulla Correctional Institution since Mike Williams was murdered in 2000. His mother has not had any contact with her granddaughter. However, Denise has made her intentions clear to Mike's mother. She has told her that if she tried to open a criminal investigation into Mike's disappearance, she would never see her granddaughter again in an episode of Cold Case Files. In 2023, Mike's mother expressed her desire to see her granddaughter and tell her how amazing her son was and how much he loved her. However, according to sources, the two are still estranged. The reasons behind this estrangement remain unclear, but it is unfortunate that they have been unable to reconcile. The disappearance of Mike Williams on Lake Seol was a tragic story of love and betrayal, but also a testament to the unwavering faith of his mother. Despite years of searching and countless setbacks, she never gave up hope that her son was still alive. Her determination and steadfast faith serve as a powerful reminder of the enduring bond between a mother and her child. Mike's case remains a chilling reminder of the dangers of love gone wrong and the lengths of mother. We'll go to keep the hope of finding her child alive as the rain gently falls and the night grows deeper. Thank you for joining me here at Sherlock Holmes. True crime stories remind us of life's mysteries and the importance of staying aware, even as we seek comfort in the quiet of the night. If you've enjoyed tonight's tale, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Let the rain carry you to a peaceful sleep. And until we meet again, stay safe, stay curious, and let the night watch over you.